Because why not? Let's just start it. The world is loading. We'll even start the Rumble side. This could take 5 minutes. I don't know, but it gives people time.
Okay, I'll go out for some air then.
All right.
I may as well.
This is a big map. It's a 4X map. Yep. Customized by me, but brilliantly crafted by DJ Moddings. Yeah, it's I can just tell how many hours went into this. Like you can just tell that a huge number of hours went in. So major props to DJ Moddings. I'm gonna pause my side so I don't need to see my own stream. People will tell me something. I hope. Compiling shaders. Yeah, if you ever enter a map and it's stuttery, it's because it's still compiling shaders in the back. So just give it correct. And there I am. Why not? Just straight up. The guided tour. No. So, welcome to Judith Plains. This is the John Deere dealer. I'm sure this is again, this map is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Every little detail. It's not. Absolutely not. I don't think there's a maintenance center in here, but anyway. And all this equipment. You can technically borrow, quote unquote, borrow all of this equipment. I don't really want to do that. So I like that this stuff is out here. I like that it's just chilling out. It sells it as a dealership, right? It sells it as a dealership. Because if you stole all this stuff, then it would be sad. But yeah, here's the map. Again, it's a 4X map, right? So this section up here, roughly you take the halfway point down and the halfway point across. That's the size of a regular base game map. And this one is 4 of those. So huge map. Like number 61 here is 135 acres. That's a monster-sized field in this game. Like that field, to harvest that field with one combine, like in the base game, would take 5 or 6 hours to harvest that field. Easy, absolutely. I want to go to game settings. We are going to do 0.5. We're on hard. Enter the name for this game. This is going to be YT Stream MT4X. Just for funsies. I'm going to keep traffic on for now. Seasonal growth, I'm going to keep as yes. I'm tempted to turn visual month and snow off, but whatever. Crop destruction, I am going to turn that off. With AI workers, like, you just cannot predict what they're going to do, nor do they really protect fields. So, you have to be careful with that. Periodic plowing required. Why is that off? Why is that off by default? I'm going to turn weeds off. Plowing I want, weeds I want off. Just reasons. Lime I'm going to keep on. Fieldstone I'm going to keep on. Disaster I'm going to do visuals only. I haven't gotten a feel for disasters yet or how common they are. So I'm going to do that visuals only. Dirt is going to be normal. Automatic engine start. I'm going to turn that off. Well, yeah, I'm going to turn that off. I have that bound to a mouse key or a mouse button. I just literally my thumb button will start and stop the engines. So it's a very, very quick way of doing that. Fuel usage, all that stuff. Let's see. Fuel, no. Seeds, no. Fertilizer, no. Slurry, no. Manure, no. None of the buying of the thing. We're on hard. So yeah, we're all those are gonna be off. Now I don't think I have to save the settings. They're just saved automatically. So we're gonna create a new farm, and this is gonna be what do we call our farm? Give me a name. I'm not feeling particularly how do I the color is associated with a thingy. That's unfortunate. Farm name is going to be Big Sky Ranch. Type that right. Great farm. Big Sky Ranch. I could not set myself to 0. I wanted to be like start from scratch. I wanted that, but you know it is what it is. So do we have Big Sky Acres? Interesting. You can buy. Oh, that's going to be 5 million for all of the gubbins. So all of the like roads, if you click on like the roads, all of the roads are in a single section. You can see that. Again, this is half the or a quarter of the map. This is a quarter of the map. This is a quarter of the map. This is a quarter of. And you can even own the train line going. Oh, I was like, where's that sound? There's a plane. So we don't own anything right now. Or maybe we do. Do we actually own anything? I don't think we own anything. I need to see. Oh, is this the wrong setting? I'm a little worried. Okay, all the buildings are here. Thank God. I was a little worried that I picked the mode that got rid of all these buildings. Normally, when you start the game, or start this map in this mode, this is the farm you own up here. So, but there's like 6 other farms that you can buy. So this is one of them. I think this one down. There's one down here, or something like that. But this is going to be 500,000. This is a slow game. So other things to cover is our finances. I'm starting with a $500,000 loan. I have $100,000, but I have a $500,000 loan. So that's going to be rough. So we're going to need to be making money with contracts and such. And until we can start affording our own farm and land and such, it's going to be a slow roll. I want this to be a little bit more drawn out. I want it to be a viable strategy to skip months in advance, skip time. But yeah, there's a lot to this map. A BGA plant here, not bad. Hello. Ooh, I see your eyeballs. That's kind of freaky. That is kind of freaky. Anyway, I don't have any vehicles. I literally can't tap myself into vehicle. So this farm we do not own at all, nor do we have any of the equipment that's usually up here. Right? There's usually a bunch of equipment up here. None of it exists. So we need to look at some contracts right away. Harvesting. We're gonna have to use your own equipment or lease equipment for a reward reduced by. This is gonna be a expensive. This is gonna be $1,600 in reduction of that. So I mean, it's still gonna be like 65,000. And once we get, like, if we get Z in here to help us, I don't know where he went or if he's.
I'm back. You were talking.
If he's having trouble.
Yeah, I'm having trouble.
What are you having trouble with?
So the DB120 doesn't have the right version.
Okay, I can re-upload that, even though that's a beast of a mod. I don't remember uploading more than one version of that. Let's see if it's 25 DB June 18th. And mine is somewhere in here. There it is. June 18th. I mean, I could re-upload it. Yeah, I mean, this one's bigger somehow. Like, all I did to it, let me re-upload it. I don't know what this is going to do in my stream, but
yeah.
There we go. That's uploaded. Yeah, it's definitely bigger. Like, maybe I uploaded the wrong version or something, but yeah, I edited it. It's untested, so it's one of those that's untested. But I edited it to allow you to plant all the things. So just like the Colossus multi-fruit planter, the DB120 does the same thing. So if we look into blue planters or cedars or wherever it is, and of course the cat has to be playing with a ping pong ball. So you can see all of the things you can plant with this thing. Did I include? This includes clover, but not. Interesting. So there's alfalfa right there. That's what I was looking for. These two, this map adds these two, alfalfa and clover. But I didn't see the alfalfa. I'm wondering. In here, there it is. The multi-fruit one here won't have it because it's not specified. This one has these. This one has the two in there. Why would this have? Did I do a typo or something in the like? It has the clover, but it doesn't have alfalfa. That's weird. Oh well, we're a little ways away from buying a $350,000 planter for crying out loud. Nor do we have enough land to even justify that at this point. Okay.
That did the trick.
Excellent. I will keep my fingers crossed. Yeah, it's weird. I must have downloaded it and tweaked just a couple settings and then uploaded it. And then I went back and re-edited it and then like it just never uploaded it.
No worries.
But yeah, we need to start pumping out the contracts. Now, it's entirely possible that Z joins in and just creates his own farm. That's entirely possible.
I can join yours if you want to.
Yeah, if you're up for that,
Yeah.
we can just, it would reduce the time that it takes to actually be able to afford our own shit.
It's entirely up to you how we want to play this.
But yeah, we want to do harvesting, and we need to borrow items because we don't have any items. We just don't have any items, so we're gonna need to borrow the items. Leased machines are waiting for you in the shop. Remember to fill the tools if needed. And there we go.
Any farmland at all?
We don't have any farmland. We don't have any land at all. We don't even have a home. Hold this. Just have a hitch. I think it does. Way down there it has a hitch. All right. Oh, not what I wanted to do. There we go. Thank God. That would have been. Sure. All right, where the hell are we going? I saw it blink. Did you make it in?
Yeah. Character creation.
Ah, right. So, I see Coffee, like, attempting to start the game. I don't know if he's in here. He's not in here. Alright, I need to know where the hell this field is at. Let's see. Which field? Farmland 6. Oh my God, it's this big one down here. It's across the whole map. Okay, how are we gonna get there from here? We have to go down the highway here. Okay. So yeah, we have to go down the highway. It's gonna be a journey. The 4X map. There's a tractor back there I need to pick up. What's your question? Will you lay down or do something other than just take up space?
Oh, I think I automatically joined. No idea.
Yeah, I do have auto accept on the farm. Should have no problem going. We need to take a trip down to Humberson. So yeah. Yeah, this is a big man. Look at the size of this field that we're this massive. This is a massive field that we're driving by. Rusty Money Gaming, welcome. We are just getting started on a hardcore playthrough of Judith Plains. This is a customized version of this map. And there's a coffee. So, yeah. It's a customized version. As you can see, my mini-map here is not as atrociously obnoxious as this game, the map usually is. Plus, I have a new... So, this is a customized version of Judith Plains. I have 3 new tree types that I added from Silverrun Forest. So I added the ponderosa pine, the sequoia, and the spruce tree, which you can plant and grow. I added a couple new types of animals. So I think I'm one of the only maps in existence that tweaks the animals. I did manage to find the animals XML file to be able to edit it. And so yeah, we've got some custom animals just for late game. Like I did this before in a previous map for FS22. So I added, there's a super cow, there's a super buffalo, and there's a super chicken that are very, very, very expensive. And if I can maybe pull up. No, I don't have... FS Farmer, thanks for the sub. So I tweaked one of the pigs. I also tweaked one of the sheep. I didn't add a sheep. There's already enough species of sheep. I didn't feel the need to add it. But yeah, so one of the only maps in existence that actually is able to add those things. And I rebalanced all of the factories. In most cases, I made them more expensive, but also faster and hold more. So across the board, they tend to hold more. So you don't have to keep filling them up over and over and over again. But they're also like a little bit faster in terms of how fast they like actually craft things. But they're also way more expensive, like a lot more expensive. Because I base it off of like how many employees would you have, how many dollars per hour, or whatever. Nobody yields. You're not yield around here. I'm burning through some fuel just getting to this damn place. How big is this field, by the way? 66 acres. Good lord, this is a massive field. I mean, we could have turned off on that. We're just cruising here. Did I fix the ethanol plants? Won't accept propane. I might have. When I do I like load like 12 files in VS Code, and I just go through and edit them. So I could have detected that it didn't accept it, and I added it in there. One of the other one of the customized or updated mods that I've been trying to kind of teach myself modding, and I'll show this really quick. Is my custom version of the X52 trailer. So this trailer was an FS22 thing, and this thing I have doing pallet autoload. And it's kind of janky right now. There's definitely, I'm not fully versed on on this, but this will hold a million liters of a pallet material, and it works. The pallets, this thing does load the pallets. It turns them into a fill type. So I had to edit a lot of the factories. I had to edit a lot of the factories to make sure that they are able to load in fill types, not just pallets, but also the fill types. So that's another one of the things I did to all of the factories that are set. Some of the factories are not, because of the way they because it's basically loading in the base game version of those. He kind of went off on the rails. I was following you, and that was a mistake.
Yeah, I think the field is actually on the other side here.
Yep.
The tractor will go through, but I'm not sure about the harvester.
Yeah, the harvester would definitely have not gotten through that. All right, here we go. We are...
There we are.
All right. So yeah, I've got a plethora of customized mods, and they're all customized of other people's mods. So I don't post them to the mod hub or anything like that. They are on my Google Drive. Now, should we try to grab the straw off of this?
Don't think we can.
Oh, you would be surprised at what we are able to do. Let's do.
Well, we'd probably have to lease the.
Yeah, we're gonna have to lease like the forage wagon, but that is a trivial. Should we do 2 headlands on this? Show lines, cruise control, yeah.
It's that flat-end field and rain.
What the farmer doesn't know won't hurt him. Right? It's not a lot of straw. You know, what's he gonna do? he doesn't know that. He doesn't know. As long as none of y'all tell him. It's a little cheaty. It's not cheaty. He didn't explicitly tell me no taking up the straw, right? Part of the contract, all he wants is the harvest, and he wants the grain taken away. There's no stipulations in the contract about, you know, the straw. You gotta immerse yourself in contract law and to find the loopholes to eke out a little bit more money, right? That's the American way. Is you know, figuring out the loopholes. We're all about loopholes around here. Ooh, this is going to. This thing is filling up fast.
Oh.
So, if you like, we're playing the various mods that we have. We're playing. One of them is rebalance rebalance prices. So if we look as I'm working here at the prices, right? These prices are all based on real world per liter values. Now, the farmer's market and the animal dealer, I don't know where those are coming from. And I don't know what happened to the UI here, but what the hell just happened with this? Is there a weird is there a bug going on here that I don't know about? Is something happening to the game? I'm going to save it because
you missed the bit part.
The price is just like the price UI just completely got foobarred.
Do you remember what you clicked on to cause that?
I was just clicking in the window in here, and I was scrolling down. I just clicked in here, and I was scrolling to the bottom, and it's just like it just scrambled this UI.
I bet if you opened up the dev, there'd be a Lua error.
I'm getting cruise control event.
Yeah, I'm trying to set cruise control here to you. But that's not working. Just said it was filling up fast, so I thought, okay,
Yeah, I'm at 70% already. I think this thing's. I'm going 6. So. Because yeah, we do have supposedly we have the copy cruise control speed, whatever it's called. But yeah, it's throwing me Lua error.
Right. Yeah, it was sync cruise control. Left shift 3.
God, are you kidding me with this? Like, seriously, that visit number 3 today. She comes and spreads her cat hair around. Like, just refreshing you.
Pretty much. You're welcome.
So I think maybe, possibly, if we look at a forage wagon,
Probably need a tractor as well for it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at like what we can afford. If we should just go like Colossus, like lease a Colossus right away, or just get a tiny little Pottinger. Okay, there's one question: is there near this field a place to sell this?
This has to be sold in a specific location.
No, I mean the straw.
Ah.
Why?
The thing is, you'll be full before I get a chance to dump off this load.
I'm talking about the straw.
I think you hit the button to Castle Straw.
Yeah, I should be dropping straw. Why?
Yes, there is a place relatively close, Montana Hay Company. It's right next to open lot and the highway.
Why did my straw?
You hit comma.
I don't remember hitting comma. Might have hit it trying to hit my menu.
Definitely possible.
Yeah, something foobarred the prices. I can't pull up prices anymore. I can't even click in this window.
That's all right. Straw can be sold. Unfortunately, it is at its lowest at $17 at the Montana Hay Company or at the animal dealer or farmer's market. And the Montana Hay Company is to the right of Field 14, which makes it the closest place for us to try and sell.
%19 more.
So I was saying, I don't know what's going on with my prices. I'm gonna have to look at my log file after the stream. But yeah, this is data scripts, smooth list element. It's just something foobarred this list here, and that's like a base game thing. Like that is a base game. Literally never has happened. So I don't know what's going on with that. Like, I've not touched any of that stuff. But the prices themselves I edited. As you heard, like the value of them is very, very low. Versus what you get in a normal one. Like I've massively rebalanced. You can go ahead and drop that off.
Yep. I'm 98% full anyway, so it needs to be dropped off.
But yeah, I wanted to make sure that we were getting realistic yields, which we are, believe it or not. I was checking those on a previous stream, and it seems like the yields are dialed in to be realistic, but the value of the crops was way, 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 way off. An example would be the soybeans that we harvested. So this was a previous stream last Saturday, I think it might have been, or maybe it was, yeah. I think it was last Saturday. But so I harvested 110 acre soybeans, and we got about 250,000 liters of soybeans off that field, which I checked, and that is, you know, within the range of what you could expect for that acreage soybeans. But then I went to sell the 250,000 at market, and we got, or I saw, the first thing I did is I checked what would 250,000 liters of soybeans sell for in the open market, and I got back the calculation of about 70,000, between 70 and 75,000 was the like going rate for soybeans in the open market. And so I was like, oh, 70 to 70,000. Well, when I sold them, I got 1.4 million. So I got 200 times the value at market of what they should have been. And so I was like, then I knew, like, right away, I was like, whoa, this is way, way off. And so for this map, to prepare for the stream, you know, I went through and I have a customized, you know, recipe rebalance mod that loads last. So it's like, it's named like XY, it's like FS25 underscore XYZ underscore, like, you know, price rebalance or whatever it is. And it has to be named that because that's the only way to modify the load order of mod. It's the only way to do it. It's also why the file for this map, my customized version of the Judith Plains, is FS25 underscore 0 FG underscore like Montana 4X or whatever it is. That 0 FG, because all of my customized mods I prefix with FG just to, in my mind, the name of the mod and the name of the file has FG in it, just so I can differentiate like which files are which. And the 0 FG is so the Montana map loads first because it adds 2 fill types. And the customized silos that I added, or the custom, yeah, there's the fill silos that I customized to be not cheaty. And I can pull those up here really quick. Construction, no, not construction. Purchase, construction, no, not construction, it's container. These here, the bulk fill station, liquid fill station. So the base version of that off the hub is super cheaty. Like, I don't know why they balanced it the way they did. It's super cheap. Because you get, when you buy stuff from those stations, you get a 30% discount when you buy. And then he has it, if you go and sell at the station, you get a 30% bonus to your price. So you're getting a 60% swing in value just by buying and selling. There's literally no reason there's no reason to actually make a farm if you can just buy and sell at a 60% markup. Like, who wouldn't? So I made it so you get a 5% discount by buying there, but selling there is a 10% price hit, right? So you would actually lose 5% of money by going there and or by buying and selling. You lose money. So that is one of the things I did with my edited version is I removed the GD factor from it. I don't know why they did it. Because any normal rational person, once they realize that, would be like, oh, just buy and sell. You just get a giant thing of like wheat. You buy a huge, you spend all of your money on the wheat, and you turn it around and you sell it back at the same station for 60% bonus. So, anyway, so that's one of the things I did. But yeah, we have quite a few mods. There's a couple production somewhere in here. Constructables. No. Yeah, factories. Here we go. Coming down here. So I have the FG edition of the Lime Factory. How is that missing? Shop item lime processing. Missing shop. It's literally right below it. Lime Factory. It's the same thing. Anyway, Lime Factory, the fertilizer plant. These are customized. The groundwater pump again. I don't know what. I guess it doesn't like having FG edition. Okay, that's what the bug is. The space. It's assuming that's all one value, and it's not. It's FG edition, so I just need to edit those. The fermenting silo again, and the sawmill. The sawmill is important because of my trailer. I have the wood trailer variant. We go to vehicles and we go to trailers. I still need to get that lease done. So this wood version, this will load logs into it, and the cotton one does cotton bales. So these are really exclusive. Like, I edited these. I made these for FS22, and then I have been working at updating these, and it is not easy, everybody. There's a lot going. Every vehicle that you see in this game is a huge amount of work. It just gives me a new appreciation for all the work that goes into these. But you can see these are all the pallet types that this thing can load in. And I do have the pallet system's working. The derpy part about pallets is unloading them. That's the thing that's tough, is unloading them, because the pallet unloader trigger thing in the game, like the object itself, is only looking for pallets. It's not looking for a vehicle that also has the fill types. That's not how the pallet thing works. And you cannot specify the trailer as a pallet, which I tried. I tried to make the trailer sort of, because a pallet is a vehicle in the game. A pallet on the ground, the type of object that is a vehicle, for whatever reason. So I tried to be sneaky and make the trailer like camouflage itself as a pallet. Because it's full of pallet goods. A pallet is a vehicle that just has a fill type of whatever it is, right? It's just 1,000 liters of a fill type. Well, the problem is all of the code that empties pallets, that's all hidden, right? Well, we'd have to rent the train if we want to move it.
We would only rent it at the very end after the field's been harvested, because right now the amount of time it takes Z to drive all the way back and forth, you're already full, and you'll be sitting there for at least 10 minutes each time.
Yep.
Well, we could lease the other. We could lease the Colossus version.
You could do it that way too. I wasn't sure
That's
which
a 5 million liter
method. Which method you wanted to play.
But yeah, let's we need to get a little tractor. First, let's do the forage wagon. So, thoughts on forage wagon? I think we maybe go with the cheap version first. If there's a close place for the straw, because the straw is not going to be very valuable. I don't know why my price menu worked so hard. I'm still getting tons and tons and tons. Of Lua errors. Attempt to compare nil on the smooth list element. I don't know what is causing those errors. Literally, I've been playing around with this all week, and I've not run into anything like that. So forage wagon, unrealistic. All right. Working with, I usually do 10. Or no, 5. Let's do 5. I try, like, even with all the Colossus things, usually the unrealistic stuff is I usually limit it to capacity. Because it's tedious. And believe it or not, like, the tire things alone, you have no idea how complex that system is for the tires. Like, it's so fucking complex. So the crop guides, we don't need that. Standard beacon light, I don't think we need that. US brands, cover, we don't really need a cover on that. Main color is good. Yeah, I like. I like this color. This is a Harvest Moon Blue, is what that's classified. But yeah, all the colors, the amount of stuff that it takes. So let's go capacity. Full on Uber capacity. This is $110,000. We want to lease it per work hour, per work day. I don't know. Wow. Okay. There's a lease. And how much horsepower? We need at least 150 horsepower. So let's look at, first of all, small tractors. Just to see if there happens to be one that we could. There's 136. The Valtra. 201. I like for some reason, I like the Valtras. I'm not gonna go the forestry edition just because that's, again, those are cheaty. There will become a time when we'll just, do it to have some fun. But yeah, this Valtra, we might be able. CVT, I don't know if there's a main difference there, but let's do. Again, all these tires, oh god, it's so nuts. We're gonna do roof setup. I want to keep most of the settings because we kind of blew our budget on the engine. 201 there, and we're gonna do match the dark blue. We don't have the Harvest Moon right now, but and then the license plate will be what? Why can't I edit? I really hate that they've defaulted everything to. Why can't I select? Why can't I select letters? License plate, type 2. Oh. F L E X I B L E exclamation point. Sure. Okay. Flexible. Okay. So we want to lease this. And then we probably want a weight for the front because it's a small little tractor. There's a weight. And let's just do a generic 1 ton. I don't know. What's a weight amount? I'm never sure on how much weight is a good amount of weight. 1.5 tons. That's a lot for this little tractor. I think we'll go a little bit smaller at first, and if we have to, we'll have to do something here. So we'll just flat out buy the weight because leasing the weight is stupid. All right, Zeke made it back.
Okay. Sorry?
I said Z made it back.
Yeah. I'll wait to drive until it's full again. 60% full.
So all that stuff coffee should be at one of the vehicle dealers. It'd be a trek to get down here, but hopefully you'll be able to pick it up. I'm not 100% sure whether you will or not, but hopefully. This untag, please. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at what the very first error was. Like what triggered that weird error with list. Really should not have aired out. Be able to buy cheaper than now. Well, there's a difference. Buying cheaper than you can sell is like the opposite of how the market so wholesale, right? If we're selling grain, raw grain, to an elevator, that elevator stores it and then, picks the time when it will sell to market at whatever peak time. And so you get you would get the the grain silo or the grain elevator, they need to make a little profit, so they mark it up a little bit. So they're buying at the base price, which the farmer is getting. The grain elevator has a little bit of a markup that sells it to the next person down the line. Let's call it a flour mill. The flour mill is buying it by the train load, right? These are not pallets. This is train cars load, insane amount of material. So the flour mill then takes it, and then they have to clean it. They have to do a bunch of quality assurance on it to make sure they're not, trying to minimize the number of grasshoppers they're grinding into flour, right? So they have to do a bunch of work to it, grind it into flour, do a lot of quality control. And then the flour then goes to market, and they could sell, again, huge volume, big bags full of flour to a bread maker or whatever. So it's just every time you go down the chain, there's a little bit of a markup all the way down the chain. And so the farmer, they get the lowest price out of everybody because everybody's doing the little markup, but they're also the biggest margin of profit because all those other companies or all those other steps are having to buy product. The farmer is out like what it costs for seed, and seeds cannot, they're not cheap depending on what you're growing, as well as any fertilizer, maintenance, and tractors. And, the combines, you know how expensive combines are. Like, imagine what profit margin you would need to have to afford a $700,000 combine. Like, that's nuts. And that's just one piece of equipment. The depressing part about like farming and that is, you spend several $100,000 on a combine or a piece of equipment, and then you only use it a month out of each. Like a combine, you need a good combine to pull in the harvest, but you only need it like during harvest, and then that might be a month, that might be August or September depending on what you're growing, and that's it. That's all you're using. That hurt. You'd think that farmers would get together and be like, you know what, let's pool our resources, all go in and co-op, just get like 3 combines, and then do like 10 farms. The problem is, like, you need to get your crop in fast. When it is ready in the field, when the crop is good to go, you need to get it in as fast as possible. When the moisture is right, I'm talking to my family about this a lot, because my dad worked on a farm when he was in high school. he was a kid. You know, he was driving a tractor when he was like 12 years old. So, a lot of history of farming. And so yeah, it's like once the moisture is good and it's dry and it's ready to go, you want to get as much in as possible as fast as possible. Yeah. If you're in an area where the weather can, you know, is mostly steady, I would imagine that sharing combines and stuff is viable. If you're not panicked where the crop would just get destroyed because of a rogue storm or something. Or if it's like super late in the season. But again, like, I know sunflowers, you know, once they're dried up, once they're ready to harvest, it's so late in the year, at least around here, that like there's a worry that, you know, snow would destroy. Like if it starts snowing and you haven't gotten your sunflowers in, you better get out there and grab them, because, you know, that's going to ruin the moisture. All right. Almost made it around. All right. Has Coffee been able to... Are you able to pick it up? Oh, it looks like he is. Yeah, one of the mods I have, I think I made it myself. I don't think I edited it at all. I think it's an original Flexible Games mod. But it's, you know, basically field access. Ooh, I don't want to... Didn't want to dump.
I thought about it. It looked like it was in the clear.
But basically, yeah, it allows you to access... Oh, you missed some on your way by. How could you miss some?
Oh, there will be plenty of time to go around and get more. I have the cruise control speed on this.
Yeah. Yeah, I ramped up the difficulty of this particular playthrough because I think we're just playing it too fast, and we don't have the amount of equipment yet to or the fields or anything like that to keep us all busy all the time. So it's just going to be relax and chill which is fun. How far away is Z having to go?
Very far.
Yeah, you're full by the time I get up there.
Wow, yeah, it's way the hell up there. Why would... Oh, man. There's plenty of other spots to sell the
station as an intermediary point.
Because this is a mission, so you have to deliver it there, or else if you don't deliver it to the right place, you don't get it.
Right.
Well,
but I don't know why it wouldn't do an area-based search and be like, hey, there's a Yellowstone grain terminal right here. Like, it's right here.
So the Yellowstone grain terminal isn't a sell point. It's just a silo that you can use to load the train.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know how it would track the grain if you did that, if you would lose ownership of the grain. I'm not really sure how the game would track that.
No, it works just fine with the train. I've done it on this map in single player.
On contracts, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as I
Yeah.
can get it again, that's fine.
Yeah, basically we fill up Yellowstone grain with this entire field worth, then we rent the train and dump it all up on to what's the cell or not, it's not a sell point, it is the Montana Prairie Elevators is where you dump it, and then we'll have to truck it from there to the Flathead Feed and Grain, and then contract complete.
Yeah, we can try it. I'm not against trying it. I don't know how much it costs to rent the train, but
It's like $1,000 per hour on easy mode. I don't know if the price changes much on hard mode, but we wouldn't have to rent it until the field is done being harvested.
yeah,
So
that
you're
certainly would
out,
speed it up.
yeah, at most $1,000.
That's probably what they intend for you to do anyway. It's probably an incentive to be like, use the train. That's what it's for.
Yeah, I
This
don't
is
know
a-
if you've watched the train go by. It's got about a dozen grain cars on it.
Yeah, and each grain cart I know because I've looked at the files. Each grain cart can hold a huge amount.
Good.
But let's see, other mod. So I've got again a bunch of customized mods. I've kind of curated. Like I'll go to some of the more interesting off the wall sites, and if I find something, I usually get it. And I look at it to make sure there's nothing untoward about it. And then if it's good, then I'll post it or I'll upload it to my Google Drive. But like one example is this forage wagon here with the windrowers on it. So this one, not on the mod hub, but I took a look at it and it was all good. Another one is one that Coffee had pointed out to me is the zombie killer here. This is a
Oh yeah. I don't recommend using that one. It has some crazy Lua errors.
really like what?
I don't know how to describe it, but it was definitely causing some stuttering when you were using the plow on it, because that's what the crazy zombie killer part looks like.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I stopped using it because it was causing some Lua errors and stuttering in the game.
Well, I would use it and not have the plow. I would just not use it
Sure.
with the plow. So I want to, I'd like to know if it still errors. I haven't had a chance to use it yet because we haven't played long enough to plow a field enough times to justify
Using it,
using it because you need at least 2 or 3 plows to do it. But yeah, there's
Although it was pretty handy that it would plow right before picking the stones, because that just gives you more stones.
well, it no, it doesn't give you more. It just eliminates the need to go through the field one more time because plowing is what creates the stones, and then grabbing the stones right after that is what it is. But another one I edited and updated is the Condor Endurance. Here is a giant ass sprayer. So yeah, I edited the capacity to be higher, just in case. I just done most of my edits are on capacities. That's most of my edits. Oh,
Oh, better drop it off at that great turn.
just to try to minimize the shenanigans.
Yeah.
But some of the other one, oh yeah, the one of the other ones I did was I found the DB120. This is one of my favorite. One of my favorite planters. Just a giant ass planter, and I made it able to plant all the things. Well, except apparently alfalfa, which is weird because pretty sure clover is in there. I don't know why alfalfa is. Bizarre. And clover and alfalfa on this map, they basically are treated the same as like grass. It's just another type of grass. Although I did, to differentiate them, I did tweak. Instead of being like exactly the same across the board, I tweaked, like one I tweaked the value of it, and the other one I tweaked like the yields. So it's like, depending on what you're doing with it, like if you're using it to make silage, you want a bigger yield than value, right? If you're just gonna get value, you're just gonna directly sell it, then you'd want the value crop. If you're wanting to use it to craft, like a fermenting silo, then you'd want the version that you can get eke out a tiny little bit more capacity. And I think alfalfa gives you I think alfalfa is the volume, and then the clover is just work. Okay. Let's see. But I had to edit so that initial farm up here, come on, the Big Sky Acres up here is the usual farm that you start with, which is, that's a pretty decent farm. It's got a lot of gubbins around it. That has a fermenting silo. I think you can also just straight up place the fermenting silo. It's a store item. But I massively tweaked the recipes in there because for some reason, even though the mod author or the map author, DJ Modding, customized all of that kind of stuff, all the placeables and stuff, for some reason they didn't include alfalfa or clover in any of those recipes, right? So if we look at purchasable construction, I don't know where it would be if the fermenting silo is even in here on this menu. It might be a different, because I know it's a store item, I just don't know what category it's placed in. But anyway, I added, like, you can take clover and alfalfa and dry it into dried versions of those. Then there's a TMR. I added a TMR recipe that use each of those. It gives you a different balance of consumption of those based off of, like, you take grass, turn it to hay, and that hay is used at, like, the best one is like 1500 hay plus, you know, straw and everything makes TMR. And then the clover and alfalfa versions that I added, they used a different balance. And depending on what you have, if you just happen to harvest a big thing of clover, you can actually use clover, dry it, and use that as a TMR. So that's one of the edits that I did, is just sort of, I rounded out some of the rough edges on the map. And the BGA thing, or the propane thing, I'm going to have to look at that. But yeah, I don't remember. It all depends on if, like, there's a base game, there's a sawmill that they have on the map. Well, that's from, like, the base game, that sawmill. And so I can't edit that directly. If there's another contract coffee that you can punch out, like, really fast, please do so.
Oh, hey, look, more showed up.
Like,
I saw there was another harvest for 20,000.
82
Well,
up there. Yeah.
I think it's the same equipment.
Looks like it.
what happened to my line? Now my lines disappeared. What the hell is going on with this game today? Left outer arm, part 2, ref. Oh, invalid fruit type. Okay, I've got a typo in the DB120. That's why it's not loading alfalfa. Invalid fruit type alfalfa. ALPHALFA. Oops.
Nice.
Oopsie. I must have been a 3 a.m. edit. That's why. Usually when I have a major error like that, it's because I was doing it at 3 in the morning. I was seeing blurry. Yeah. That's usually why. I'm trying to remember other little edits that I've made. Yeah, any of the production points on this map that are just pulled directly from vanilla, I'm not able to edit. So I know the sawmill, which is up north, that's straight up vanilla. So I wasn't able to edit that at all. So that sawmill would not work with my trailer. It wouldn't work. Wouldn't work for that. I mean, you could still obviously load wood and make planks and stuff with it. That's fine. And then I made my sawmill, which I have a custom sawmill, I made my sawmill work for my trailer, which you can load with, but I also made it so you can drop off boards and pikes and stuff like that, because my sawmill, is faster. It's more expensive, right? Way more expensive, but it's faster. But usually what I do, I think there was one production building that I made it based on the vanilla balance. I made it like 41 times faster craft, but I made it 100 times more expensive in terms of like cost per hour, right? So it's 41 times faster, but 100 times more expensive. And I really would need to like create a spreadsheet, like a super complex spreadsheet, to really balance all the productions, like a lot. I don't know what happened to my guidelines.
Hold H and see if the thing that says show guidelines is turned off.
But it's like I haven't done anything. They just disappeared.
There might be a keybind that makes it disappear. I know there was a
my home button should do it.
I don't think you have that one. On the bright side, with this type of field, it should be pretty easy to know where you need to line up next.
I don't really have to guess all that much, but it was just weird. I came back and I was like, what happened to my guidelines? I don't know what happened. I need the help box to, like, I know it's annoying, but you can turn it off if you want, but I need the help box to like actually show me what other hotkeys I have available. There's too many hotkeys in this game. There's just too many to keep track of.
There really are.
There are so many. It really bothers me that my price menu, like I've been, man, the saga of changing the prices has been an ongoing battle. Just because just how the system works. Because I had them all. Oh, I tried when I was doing it on stream. I was trying to use a built-in feature because the game automatically loads all the base game type by default. It will always load that file. So to overwrite them, I was trying to use the base game method, which was there's a parent file tag that then you can go through and override a value inside the definition, and that's the first thing I tried, but it just flat out wasn't working. Like it's just, and then when I went into debug, it was throwing an error, a Lua error, when I had that tag in. So there must be a base game script error around using that tag, and it just, there was something about it, and the line, the file that it was telling me, it was like XML util dot, whatever, line 124. Well, that XML util file is not even a part of the SDK, so I couldn't debug it at all. I couldn't figure out what that error was, because I didn't have access to the file. I have no idea what that what that error was. But I just assumed with that error, there was a bug with the base game implementation of that feature. So after I learned that, I basically like said, okay, well, I'm gonna have to rethink this and try this another way. So then I put all of those values into the maps fruit type or fill type. All the maps fill type definitions. So just basically like copy and pasted that file into the basic there, the maps version. Which worked. Well, no, it didn't work. Because what I did was I copied, well, I didn't need to overwrite all of the values. I just needed to overwrite the economy value, right? The values of what the crop is worth. That's all I needed to overwrite. So that's all I included in the fill type definition. It's just the economy and the factor. All of the, like the physics and the textures and all of that, I left out because I didn't need to overwrite it. Well, the game, for the definitions in the map, the game gave me errors on every entry of that I couldn't find the texture. And I was like, okay, well, those textures should all those definitions should have been loaded. I don't know how the game like loads XMLs, if it just like overwrites the XML or if it tries to it's convoluted. So that was another 3-hour tangent that I went on. So that didn't work. So then I had to re-add all of that other data, right? The physics and the textures and all of that shit. I had to re-add all of that data. And then the map loaded, the prices loaded. I didn't get any errors on the prices, but the problem was there were other things somewhere in the map that were overriding those prices. Some way, somehow. So I was like, all right, how am I going to fix this? Well, in the previous version of the game, I fixed it by adding or having another mod with that was named such that it loaded near last. And that, finally, is how I got the prices to be edited. As far as like the UI and why the UI is throwing errors, is the price UI working for you guys? Z just got disconnected for some reason.
Yeah, it's working fine for me.
Yeah, both monitors are powered off or turning off, going into standby. So I have no idea what's going on. I'm still talking, so it's not the computer that's rebooted. I probably have to force reboot it because I can't see what's going on here.
Yikes.
Wow, what kind of graphics card do you have?
A 3080 Ti.
Well, that's pretty beefy.
It should be sufficient.
I'm rocking a 3060, so
I don't know if it just overheated or what happened. Just monitors went straight into standby.
That is very bizarre. That's usually because they lose signal from the video card.
Yeah.
So it's not the monitor, it's the video card that. Yeah, I would check the temperature of your video card, see if it's.
It is warm in here today, that's for sure. But I do have a draft.
I mean, I can feel literally my computer sitting next to me. I can feel every once in a while I'll get this like plume of warm air.
Yeah. I'll do a force reboot.
All right, Coffee, you're going to have to jump into the grain wagon really quick here. I don't know where Z left it. But I need to be unloaded. Workers these days, you just can't rely on them. So the map itself doesn't really have any scripts in it. Because if a mod maker or a map maker wants their creation to be cross-platform compatible, they can't include any script. So a lot like the trailer that I updated and have customized, that can't be on consoles because it's got custom scripts. So this several of my mods have scripts, so they're not cross-platform. And so the map, if somebody wants their map to be cross-platform, then they can't include any scripts. So I don't think the map includes any script. That's why that weird UI bug is it doesn't make any sense to me. Because I've been in and out of this game testing all week, loading and testing and loading and testing and loading and testing. And I've never hit that weird UI button with the list. I don't know where that would be coming from, nor do I have a mod really that edits that. I don't think. But Lua errors, they can cascade into other errors. So it could be a Lua error from something else. So Z got an error when he tried to use the sync cruise control. For whatever reason, I don't understand why.
I'm using it just fine.
Yeah, that is very weird. Saving game. Wow. Autosaves. Yeah, this list view is just borked. Running Lua method mouse event. Error. Smooth list element.lua line 873. Attempt to compare nil less than number. So I highly doubt I'll be able to look at what that script is and where that's coming from. Um, I wonder if there is a sell point on this map somewhere that's doing something weird. Maybe it has a typo or something like that. Again, I'd have to look at my log to see the exactly where that hit the first time. That might give me more. But we've used a quarter of a tank of gas already in this combine. It's going to take us a while to finish this field. This field is way bigger than I thought it was going to be, but it is what it is. As far as other contracts go, not really a lot of... There's one more harvesting, and that is... Where is that field? Farmland 82. There's 81 right there. Where's 82? Oh, it's the circular one. The very opposite side of the map. Of course. Which, like, we look at like the size of the field, 21 acres. I mean, that's not bad. So what you could maybe eke out, because when I finished harvesting, we will not have delivered the grain, so we won't have completed it. So I could take this combine and harvest the other field with it and save money. How much straw are you up to?
Just about to get to 500,000.
Yeah, a lot of straw. But the value of straw is almost negligible. I'm hoping it'll pay for the lease of that equipment. That's all we can hope for. I think straw, because I can't look it up anymore because my freaking UI is
like
broken.
$16 per 1,000 liters.
Yeah. So 500,000 would be basically. I mean, that would not be too bad. It's not as good as it would be if we didn't have my rebalance mod. Yeah, this we're gonna be slow playing. I think we just my main problem with this game is I want all the things right away, and I end up, with millions of dollars too quickly. All right, I'm going to need to be unloaded here. So, yeah, my main issue is it's just I like having all of the equipment really, really fast, and then it's like once you have $2-3 million, it's like why even bother? tell my steering mode assist was not engaged. I was drifting. So I've been playing around with the idea of doing a test, content test, of just recording, recording episodes of just farming, basically, and then the episode would be like, you take an hour of footage of farming, you speed it up 2x, and then you put it to music. And you could almost like consider it like farming radio. And I found a very common site that a lot of YouTubers use for music. And it's a subscription, you have to pay every month. But I'm wanting to maybe test that out to see if I can get any traction, because I don't know, trying something new. I don't know if there would be any.
I've seen a couple of channels that'll take like their entire live stream and then make a time lapse out of said live stream and post that separately.
Yeah. The problem is downloading the live stream, and like the way that the live stream is saved is not like an MOV, or it's not an MKV, it's not an MP4. It's a weird like STR, like livestream.str. And I don't know, like the size of the file is whatever, but I doubt I have the amount of system RAM that it would take to load that goddamn file and edit it in any way. Because that is, I mean, you're talking about multiple gigabytes, like many gigabytes. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sure if that was even possible. I think the people that do that when they stream, they're also recording their stream. And they must have really beefy setups, or they have a separate computer that they're storing. Which I don't have. I don't have that kind of rig. To be able to like stream it and store it, to be able to edit it.
That's a lot of storage needed.
Yeah, and if anything goes wrong, I mean, especially if you're not breaking up the recording, like if you're not being like, all right, here's the 1 hour mark, here's the 2 hour mark, and you're not like stopping and then starting the recording, which I would have to. Just because the file would just get too big, and then if something happened, if you had a crash or some corruption, depending on the format you're recording in, which most people would record in like MP4, if at any point you corrupt the video, you lose the whole video. The whole thing is so, cutting it off in the hour mark is how you sort of save that. And there have been YouTubers where it's like, they'll start an episode and be like, well, I lost all of the footage from so-and-so, and it's like, the reason is the format you're recording in. If at any moment you crash or OBS crashes or something happens, you lose the whole enchilada. It's all gone for whatever reason. I don't know if there are new formats being worked on and tested that are not as susceptible to that. I know there are formats that don't do that, but they're usually not as good in compression. Z must have just like did a meteor
Had a
hit his
real
house?
crash.
Like, Jesus. I'm hoping he's okay. He was gonna like reboot and everything, and it's like, oh, that was 20 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. But yeah, as far as the content, like picking out, one of the problems I've discovered with, you know, they get, one of the channels I see has a slightly fewer subscribers than me, got like 5,500, but his videos are just farming sim content. I mean, they're getting 4,000 or 5,000 views, and I've literally never had that consistent. So I want to try some. I need to try something. And farming sim it's you know, easy to watch because there's not a lot of herky jerky movement, so you know, it doesn't trigger my motion sickness.
Just don't time lapse a logging video.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that. But there are just too many. There's too many YouTubers now who just don't take into account the how fast the motion is. I know there's a Minecraft YouTuber out there, Stamo or Stam Zero or whatever his name is. Like, he does time lapses, but he does them in like first person, where he's like building something, and it is not sped up 2 times, it's sped up like 4x, and I can't watch it. I have to close my eyes because it's so impossible to watch how fast that is. It's like, dude, like, you need to the people who have like replay mod and do like distance views where they show like them working in an area, that's good, that's fine. But in terms of, I've never really been huge on motion sickness, but yeah, some creators, just the way that they do it is really bad. We are going to need to be unloaded here really soon. You gonna make it in time? Nope. So yeah, it bugs me when creators like don't pay attention, and that, you know, there are times where I try to give a comment. I'm just like, hey man, this, I'd love to watch, but it makes me sick, it makes me nauseous watching it because the movement is so fast. And it's like, yeah. Anyway. But yeah, it'd be fun to just test out, get, you know, find some tracks. And the one channel I've been watching, you know, I'll have it on my side monitor, and I'll just have one of his playlists going, because the music, you know, it's just, I can concentrate if it's just kind of generic music. And I know it's pretty common for programmers and stuff to have that going on. So the main problem I have with him is he so the service that he uses has like a 50,000 songs in their repertoire. Like, pick, it's a pretty decent service, and I want to test it out. But 50,000 songs, but for some reason he picked like 4 songs, and he just, every video is just a cycle of all like the 4 songs, like the same 4 songs over and over and over again. And I imagine, I'm like, dude, 50,000 songs, and you just play 4 of them? Like, he's like, yeah, but they're really good songs. I'm like, okay. So going through and just like treating it almost like visual farm radio, and just being able to, like, you know, put it on and you know, just have generic farming content where you, something like this, you start from scratch and you build up and you work. And I've got a handful of maps that I would love to customize a little bit and then jump into. I've got a 16x map, Dakota's, I think it's like a Dakota 16x or something. I just heard a beep. What was that beep?
What's your fuel load or your fill percentage?
Well, I'm near empty. You're almost full. That might have been like, hey, you're unloading my fuel, and I'm still over half fuel.
Okay, then. I'm not sure what that beep could have been. I didn't hear it in the stream, but...
Yeah, it was very subtle. But yeah, it'd be kind of fun to do that. Plus, it might drum up interest in some of my customized mods, because people will be like, what mod is that? And that's like the whole point of the channel, is modding and custom mods. And the tutorials that I've done, the last stream that I did on Wednesday was supposed to be like a modding tutorial or modding help, and it got 0 traction. The vintage engineering streams that I do, again, almost 0 traction. So it just seems like there's not many people interested in learning how to mod, that there's more people interested in just using them, which is fine. It's not a judgment or anything. It's just I need to figure out what I can do to, like, continue doing what I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to rethink. You know, the 10-year anniversary of my channel is in December, and I thought I would have 50,000 subscribers by at least. After 10 years, like, so the niche audience, and I knew going into it, it was going to be a niche sort of thing. But I thought it would be a little bit big. I thought it would be a little bit better, especially customizing mods and doing all of that. So anyway, I might get one of those maps ready, and it'd basically be like a start from scratch, start with 0, and work your way up in brutal hard, right? Using my price rebalance and all of that, on like a flat 4x or even a 16x. Glad you enjoy the vintage engineering. Yeah, this week has been I've been occupied with getting this map ready and getting all of these mods ready to go. So as far as, like, I didn't get as much time on vintage engineering this week as I would have liked. But the next big public release of vintage engineering is going to include a mechanical interface for generating for generating power, and a motor for creating mechanical energy from power. So there's a hard balance there in terms of, like, learning that system, and it was I do have a contributor, Len, who did the initial groundwork on getting that stuff in, and then I've been going in and basically making it work and polishing it, trying to learn how the mechanical system even works in the base game, because that was one of the number one things requested was, you know, being able to generate power via wind. And so this is an LV version of that, so it's not going to produce huge amounts of power. Basically, a windmill would be... I'm trying to balance it. It's very, very hard because of just... I'm not a mechanical engineer. But yeah, I'm trying to balance it so each windmill rotor at full blast, right? Because again, the wind speed can be variable, but each windmill rotor would be capable of producing about as much power as an LV generator at full blast. But again, how do you figure that out? That is the hard part, because it's not intuitive, because you have three different variables that go into the formula. You have resistance, which is the inherent resistance of whatever, like even axles. The axle has a resistance. It's a very, very small amount, but it's a resistance. You have speed, and that's it's obvious. It's how fast it's turning. But that is a 0 to 1 variable. Speed is not RPM. It's not any value you would intuit. It's just a value from 0. Where's Coffee? He's just heading off. So yeah, speed is from 0 to 1. And then torque. And torque is inherently how much power is in the system. And so the alternator, which is the thing that generates power, I need to figure out how the hell that works. So the formula around that needs to be figured out. And then the motor, that has a UI that allows you to dial your speed. It's gonna allow you to dial your speed and your torque. And the higher you go, the more actual electricity it's gonna use. So you can go really high speed, but a little bit of torque, like just enough to spin like a single quern at super fast speeds, if you wanted to do that. And this way you could put your windmill like up high on a mountain next to your base, because the higher up the windmill is, the more consistent power it's going to make. So having it way up on the mountain and then having an alternator hooked up to it, making power, and then running power lines down to your base, that's going to be a viable. So it's a pretty big feature in terms of like the LV thing. I wasn't initially planning on including any new things in the LV tier, but the opportunity came around for this, and I didn't want to say no. So I do have plans for an MV version of this same system, but it's going to be much more involved and more akin to the way that the Create Mod add-on does it, with the magnets around the block and all that. So that's how I plan on doing that. as well as some bug fixes. So the new public release will probably be out next week for Vintage Engineering, and it will include a few bug fixes as well as a recoding from the ground up. Well, not from the ground up, but a recoding of the oil spout geyser system. Like completely revamping that whole system. Or I should say I revamped that whole system. The code is already done and tested. But yeah, it now delays when an oil well geyser. If you have this is assuming you have everything enabled. The geyser, when the geyser block is spawned in and valid, it basically waits, and it checks about every 3 seconds to make it basically, the block entity checks itself every roughly 3 seconds when it's spawned in, and checks all the neighboring chunks. All of the neighboring chunks have to be loaded for this thing to trigger, and then it creates the spout. Once all of that is met, it creates the spout and the whole, it does all of that because the bug was reported where if it's right on the edge, like if you're far away, it's right on the edge of those spawning chunks, and part of the geyser is in a chunk that's not loaded, it throws a huge amount of error. So I have to make sure that all of the chunks around it are loaded, and then I can generate. So I do that. There's a little bit more code needed to save that state, and then when it loads back in, it needs to because there could be an edge case where you're exploring and you go a certain way, the very far away chunk spawns an oil geyser, and then you leave the area. Right? You leave the area, well, that geyser now is sitting there in limbo, and it would lose it would basically forget to generate. It would just the oil well would be in the world. It would exist, but it would never generate the surface well, and there would be no way of detecting that thing was underground. You would have to just randomly come across it somehow. But which would be near impossible. I mean, the odds of that are about as much as getting struck by lightning while getting bitten by it. So I need to tweak a little bit of that code just to save that state. I do believe I'm saving whether it's generated or not. I'm just not detecting that when it's initialized. So if generated is false, I need to then initialize and do all of the regular things, which is, that's 30 seconds of code. The hard part is going to be the alternator down. Figuring out the alternator is going to be tough, just because the system is not obvious. So yeah, hopefully everybody will like it. This entire stream today is going to be this one goddamn field. Yeah, so it's like and it was cheaper to borrow this equipment. All of the equipment. It was like $1,600 off of the reward to borrow this equipment. And if we would have leased all of this equipment, you know, that would have been like 20 grand. Because, you know, you're also paying by the hour of how many hours you're putting on it. Oh. I'm full. What happened to my helpers? Already? Yes. Hey, my lines are back. Don't know what happened to them, but it is weird. I don't know what I hit, but whatever. I mean, I think I mapped my home key to hiding hole. There's so many shortcut keys and so many mods that have their own shortcut keys, and then you got shortcut key conflicts, so you have to kind of go through. Probably to fill up with gas. So there's a gas station right there. He has left the game. Yeah, I don't. Gotta go shopping and be back home. He did send me a message. Must have been talking over. I don't know what happened to Z. Maybe he fell asleep. I'm all alone. Might have to hire an actual worker. Cut into our profits a little bit. No biggie. It's just, you know, a little less profitable. But it'll mix up what's on screen for a bit as I run around and grab things and stuff. The only unfortunate thing is I'm not going to be able to look at where the best prices are for things. For the straw, for example, just because my UI is borked for some reason. Ooh, this thing is dirty. Dirt. Now that, whatever that's called, swather? No, the spinny thing, the teeth on it. What is that called? I know the thing that cuts. I know that's called the sickle. I don't know if the, you know, the orange roundy thing that's spinning. I don't know what the name of that thing. Well, the big question is if I hire an AI worker, if I turn this thing around, and I hire an AI worker, will that AI worker be smart enough to realize that the southern half of the field is done already? So have it turn the right way. Like, doesn't look at the field in its decision-making process. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But we turn this thing around. Line it up. Right? Hold H. Go AI worker. Work the headlands off. Right? We're not working the headlands, but we need to define that there were 2 headlands. Right? We need to define that because we've already done 2 headlands. It already detects the width. So we hit OK, right? And then we can hit H. And let's see what happens. It's going to line itself up. Now we can zippity-doo-dah out of here. I need to go offload this huge amount of grain. Yeah, you have a nearly full tank. I'm aware. This is not going to be the fastest tractor in the world. And this guy is not... I mean, I can offload a little bit out of him, but it's not going to be a lot. So he's going to stop right about there, which is fine. He's going to waste a couple dollars as he waits. Now I got to figure out where the hell we're going to drop this on. Is it... here? Yellowstone Grain Terminal. I think so. Yeah. I think it's here. Ah! $45,000 something. I think I can drop it off here. Let me just look. Yes. Oh, stop with the jittery, pokery stuff, please. Okay. That helped that by quite a bit. Let's unload this guy. 800,000 liters of straw. Remember, what the farmer doesn't know. This was almost a perfect spot for it. Excellent. Definitely an opportunity to smooth that corner right there out. Oh, look at all this land here that they didn't include. What the heck? This field could be way bigger. But we've got to figure out, maybe Coffee will be back in time to tell us where the best price for this, because I can't see the prices. Something borked my list view here. I would probably have to restart the game. Yeah, it's even like not responding. That's problematic. That's a problematic that did that. And it did it like really early on in the stream too. I don't know why. Very weird. Trying to get a bunch of jobs done all at once here. We're almost at 1 million liters. That's nuts. That is... I'm glad I made straw almost worthless. I think I made it like... It's like $20 for 1,000. Pretty sure it's 20 or $30 for 1,000 liters. It's about 10x less worth than the base game default. But it's based on real world values. My rebalance mod rebalances base game goods. It's the one mod that I basically built I could maybe submit that to the mod hub. I don't know. I'd love to submit the bug with the parent file tag, because that didn't work. That would have been a brilliant way of fixing the problem. Turning radius is just like, nope. Come on, start. There you go. But yeah, 1 million liters. It's definitely going to pay for the lease, I think. Because 1 million is 1,000. So if it's $20 for 1,000 liters, then it's going to be 20,000 for 1 million. Which is fine. A little bit of extra profit from the content. Pretty sure one of the places we could go to would be the animal dealer, wherever he is. I would round this out here. Have a graceful curve over here. Take that tree out. And round it around there. Back up the hill here. Could definitely do this, though. We'd have to buy this field, and we definitely can't afford this field. This is a monster. like weeds in this field. You can see them. Dark patches. Look at all the buttons. Lots of weeds. filling up quite as much as we usually do. This field is shrinking a little bit, so we should be able to get some faster progress here. We've got to ponder whether or not we harvest that other field. If we can just eke out maybe a little bit of extra money and get that other field harvested with this equipment before we turn in this contract.
Okay, it's gonna be a while.
Oh, there's this either.
Yeah, I'm on a laptop. I had to install Discord and I couldn't find the password, so I had to dig it out somewhere. It looks like the PC just won't start.
What?
Yeah, it won't power on anymore. So it may have been the CPU, something like that. I don't know. It seems to be getting power, so that seems to be fine. But
your motherboard get fried or something?
There was no smell, or there was no pops that I could hear. So who knows? Could be CPU that caused it.
Oh my god, that is.
And it's not that old either.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to think about that. Like, that's the first time I've ever had a computer die on somebody in the middle of a stream.
Yeah, so I am setting up a laptop that I've had for a while, but I haven't used for a long time. Or since for a year. It's got a 4070, so it's
Wow.
gonna be okay.
A laptop with a 4070. That's
Yeah, I think it's a 4070.
your laptop has a better video card than mine. That's tough.
It's just I bought it out for work, but I never got to use it because they stopped allowing bring your own device. I was fed up with the video card actually overheating on the laptop and slowing down the system. So I bought this one, but I never really got to use it, and I don't like to use it as a daily driver. So I have it, but I need to upgrade it. So I need to do Windows updates, and I need to download.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Download.
Wow. Like,
Farming Sim and mods
That's-
and so on.
that's nuts. I wonder if you're like there'd be anything like a log file or something, some SAR.
Yeah, I would need to be able to power on the system first.
Yeah, like you
Oh.
have to. Yeah, I don't know how you. You have to figure out
tear
what
it
the
down,
problem
yeah.
is first.
Yeah. I'll tear it down tomorrow. I don't really know what it is. But I won't be doing that tonight.
So, has it been at all giving you any other weird behaviors before today? Like,
It has been a little bit weird with some things, but I thought it was a game that I was playing that was affecting another idle game. So I don't know. I don't really know. It's a 12900K, so it is not the latest, but I have been thinking about getting one that uses less power because it's power hungry. So it's
aren't we all?
it is what it is.
That's nuts. Like, the 4X map was just too much for the.
It may have been coming, and I have been thinking about upgrading anyway, or replacing parts of it anyway. Go with an AMT, I don't know. Anyway, it wants me to start rebooting here, or actually it says installing 25%, but okay. I'll get the Windows updates. It wants to do some of the major updates.
Now, is that a
reboot on me?
do you have a LAN cord that you could plug the laptop into, or is it strictly Wi-Fi?
Oh no, I do wired. I disable wireless.
Okay.
But it's not that fast a network. It's 70 megabit. So it's not the fastest.
I mean, it's better than
That is the
dial-up.
fastest. Yeah, it's the fastest I can get in this area at the moment. Maybe this year they'll go for fiber or full fiber. But they have to get it installed first
Yeah.
and make it ready. So this year or next year. Anyway, I'll drop off Discord for now.
Okay,
And,
yeah, you got a bunch of
I'll-
reboot
I'll-
and stuff to do.
Yes, that's what he wants me to do, so better get it done. The sooner I get it done, the sooner I can get back on again. I hope. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, good luck.
Okay. Speak to you later.
Yep. That's not, like, that's the first time that's ever happened. 10 years of the channel, and the first time I've ever seen a computer just die. Glad it wasn't mine, but man, that's nuts. As soon as this guy turns around. Oh, is he going to get the whole straw? Oh, I think he is. Excellent. Hop in. Combine. And I need to take a quick break. Be right back. How are we doing? Oh, wow. This is a brutal hill. Full load of green. Let's just top it off here, and the rest of this field should be no problemo. I don't know how we can figure out where to sell the extra wheat, because we're going to have, there's always a little bit, because what the game does, I've actually seen the code of the game when you're doing contract. If the contract completion goes over 95%, it automatically completes the contract. Because I think they were having some problems because of what I saw in terms of the code. I think they were having problems with the game detecting percentage and calculating percentage, because the field, right, it's based on a couple different variables depending on the contract type. And so there was some rounding issues that were happening with, like, let's say you're baling, like the amount of like windrow on the field, there was some rounding errors that, you know, above 95%, it was having problems determining, like, is this done or not, right? You would not be able to, you would not be able to complete a contract because it would never detect that you're done. And so, yeah, there's things in there. So, you know, when you do all of the things, you get a little bit of extra, right? You get about 5% that you know you can do something with. All right, so that combine is done. Now what we can do possibly is go up north again and harvest that other field. With this equipment, and just hope to God that the sell point for that job is not miles away from the field. Because that would suck. I'm not sure what cost us. What just cost us like $5,000? Something just cost us like $5,000. We were at 82, weren't we? 82, 83? $5,000 or $6,000? What's just? What was that? Jesus, those autosaves are brutal. Vehicle leasing wage was $1,300, so it must have been leasing. We must have gotten hit with a leasing cost. Yeah, escape key not working, by the way. There we go. Take you. You around here. Okay, this piece is good. Now we need to ground. Never sure. Okay. Now, where do well this I need to sawmill. Yeah, see, this is base game sawmill, which only uses wood. Whereas mine, there's a prefab. I added a prefab wall recipe that uses these things, so you can make these things and then use them in a better prefab wall to get a little bit more prefab wall. And then I add a craft for these two using wood chips, so you can make like particle boards, but you can't make beams out of wood chips because beams are beams. So contract harvesting here. Farmland 82. I don't think we need the equipment. So we're going to accept this contract. Farmland 6 is essentially done. Farmland 82, we got to basically just head straight north. And then prices, again, I don't know what happened here. What I want to do is we're going to save. We're going to quit. I want to see. I'm just going to see if I can track down my where would it be? My games? Yeah. And then the log file. So there's a Lua error. Let's go to the top of the file. Lua, running Lua method update. In-game menu statistics frame. Yeah, it's just a base game Lua script error. And there are hundreds of those in here. Smooth list element.lua. Yeah, the GUI elements scripts, those are not. Yeah, there's a Lua call stack here. Set cruise control speed event. Auto what? This is the first I'm seeing this. This is really weird. Like, where did this error come from? So maybe, possibly, restarting it here. All of the mods here. Here's a list of all the mods. You know. So here's my custom trailer. There's my sawmill. There's my custom fill station. That's not cheaty. There's my custom hydroponics greenhouse. There's the custom DB120 that has a little error in it. I have a sell everything. I had to customize this, sell everything. Because of how the trailer works. This trailer converts pallet types into like fill types, like bulk types. Like tippable bulk types. And so you need a sell point as a failsafe. And so I had to customize this and I basically added all of the pallet cell types to the unload trigger. And that's, again, it's just a quirk of the game. So yeah, I've got unselected all of the base mods from the customized versions that I have. And I have a custom chainsaw, I keep forgetting to mention this, a custom chainsaw that has a much bigger bubble around it that you can delimb stuff. And it works really, really well. But yeah, there's my fill type price overhaul. So this is my price overhaul mod that tries to set all those prices. So there's all of the things and the stuff there. Hopefully this doesn't crash. Maybe it was Z that caused the crash. His computer was getting borked like no tomorrow, so maybe he was just sending me junk data or something when he was trying to. Because it happened around the time he was getting the errors with the cruise control thing. So like I don't know if like we had this conversion of like weird behavior, but okay. So where, pray tell, let's see if this is going to be fixed. Let's go down to straw. Straw must be up here. There it is. 5,000, 1,800. Montana Hay Company. Let's tag. $16 per 1,000 liters. I mean, we're at the very trough of this, so it sucks, but it is what it is. I need to sell this. So where? There it is. Let's go sell this. 1.36 million liters of straw. Is there a way? I think we have to go through town. We'll do this the legit way. Hey, don't pass me. It's rude. Oh yeah, we're just gonna blast right through these people. I didn't see a stop sign. It wasn't a stop sign. Wait, is it over there? Or over here? I think it's over here. I had it marked. Why don't I see the mark anymore? Wait. Oh, it's up there. Oh, this is the damn... Oh my god. That is the sell point for this grain up here. That's nuts. Why would the game do that? Why? Oh dear god, why? Would it do that? I don't know. That's nuts. Alright, is there a way? How in the world do we get down there? I mean, I know one way we... Ah, there it is. Yep. Okay. All right. That's going to take a hot minute. Go fill this thing up with fuel. I can't believe we have to then take the grain from up north and sell it down. I need to fill this thing up with gas, and I think there's a gas station. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on now. Don't get too nuts with the curving. Jesus. The lag on the, when you, because I don't have a wheel, right? So that when you hit the over, it's like, it just slowly goes. Somewhere over here is a gas station. I'm pretty sure. There it is. Going to be a little bit of fuel. Goddamn cars. Why is there always a car whenever I want to turn? Whenever I want to turn, there's always a car right there. Every time. It's weird. Alright, this one we can just go north. Still racking in the money. That's good. Oh, oh. I need a non-field work cruise control setting. We started at what, 77,000? So we've gotten 13,000 so far in the straw. We should get like 23,000 or something like that. That's the brown farm. All the farms are color coded. There's 6 of them on the map. They're all color coded. Still going. So if I'm right, we should land at about what? We did 23,000, and we should land at about 100,000. Now we can't finish 6 until we finish 82. This is a 4X map is really where you want really fast. Like fast tractors and stuff. Still going. 100,000. So we actually now have more money than we started with. Which is not bad. There it is. 23,000 and $4. Didn't I just say like 23,000? Exactly 23,000 and $4. That's the first time I've ever been that close on an estimate. That was $4. So if I was the Price is Right, I would have nailed that shit. The closest without going over. I was $4. It was $4 difference. That would have been like, I would have gotten both prizes. That would have been the Showcase Showdown. I would have gotten both prizes. If you're within like $5 or $100 or something like that, I forget what it was. If you're within a certain range, you get both prizes. Yeah, this is a 65-mile-an-hour speed limit. I'm going 33. This is not fast. Back up north. Okay, now we got to figure out where is this field? Oh shit! I took a wrong turn. No. Oopsie. I need a GPS to be like, turn right here in 400 feet. I can't believe it. $23,004. That is nuts. All right. Somewhere over here. Almost there. We're almost there. There's literally a grain elevator right outside this place. We could have sold the grain there. But no, we have to go all the way to the bottom of the map. But look at that. There's a train yard right here that we can take the grain to dump it. I'm hoping. Yeah, there's a rent train for $3,500 per hour. Woo! That's spicy. All right, this guy. I just want to test this here. We're gonna come back out. He's made me some money. I want to see how good the worker could be if I give him a task to drive up to that field. Okay, so we map, create job, select the vehicle, create job, go to right here. Start. And let's refuel. Why I waited to refuel until after we had sold, just because I wanted to see how much the fuel was. Shouldn't be too much. See if we can fit underneath this. Will we fit? Oh yeah, all day. main road. So yeah, all this 3D model, like when you look at a map, right? The amount of work that goes into the map, it's not just landscape, placing trees and bushes and painting grass and all of that. All of these roads and these bridges and the power lines that you see, those are all custom 3D objects that the map maker has to model and put in the game and test. Right, so every step of the way, all of that stuff, there's no like automated way of doing. And the road surfaces too. And the stripe, like all the textures, all of that stuff is very, very custom. So all of these bridges and stuff in this map, there's a huge amount of work that DJ Modding did. I think this is my turn off, isn't it? Oh my god, will you save, please? No. Turn off is after the... Okay. Yeah, autosaves in this game are now, like, brutal. And I think there is a mod, I don't know if it works in multiplayer, but there is a mod that will that'll autosave it in the background. I don't know if it pauses the game or what, but... yeah, autosaves exit the menu. Just they really need to optimize that a little bit. Right. Worker made it up there. Excellent. Bridge over the coulee here. Yeah, again, custom 3D model, a ton of work. Just for that bridge was probably, a week of work just to make that bridge. And that's one of like 5 bridges on the map. Like, nuts how much work these custom maps are. It's just nuts. Might have a traffic jam up here. My truck just stopped in the middle. Casually go over those tracks. Don't mind me. Oh, this is steering assist, 2 headlights. Blah blah blah. Everything there. Show lines. Okay. Get the headlands done, and then get the AI worker. Probably start them on the long side. Maybe knock out these little divots on each side myself, and get going. Almost smooth enough. Almost graceful enough curve to do it. Not... So since we're right next to this guy, we can like rent a train here to take it down south to sell down there all in one shot again. Oh wow. Why does that indicate there should be a road connecting there, but there's a fence? Just relax. Coffee startup. Maybe, possibly. Will join us again. Hasn't joined voice yet. There he is.
Hello.
He's back. So, update on Z. His computer's fried. He's not able to boot.
Yeah, I messaged him.
So he's been trying to get his laptop up, and then like that's a first. Having somebody's computer die in the middle of a stream. That's a new one for me. I restarted the map to try to fix the error with the price menu because I needed to know where to sell all that straw. We had 1.3 million liters of straw to sell off that other field. So I sold that. I estimated when I started selling it, coffee, I estimated 23,000. And it sold, all of that straw sold for $23,004.
Nice.
I nailed it. But I haven't turned any of that in because I'm using that
Same
equipment
harvester, yeah.
for this one up here. And then this field is right next to another train drop-off spot.
Which works out.
The train rental is $3,500 an hour. So
Wow. They increased it.
that's a spicy amount of money.
Yeah. It's funny that these two jobs are on opposite sides of the maps for both the field and the delivery point.
Yeah.
But thankfully the train is able to deliver to both of those sell points. Or, sorry, it's only able to deliver to one of the sell points at the lower part of the map. The other one we'll have to trailer. Oh, just kidding, I lied. The train is not able to deliver to either of those locations. However, we can move it closer so we can more easily transport it. But this field being canola, you shouldn't have as high of a yield.
Yeah,
So we
I've
might
already
just do
gone
the
around
whole-
once and I like 60% just going around
yeah.
the whole field.
That's
So
not too bad.
So how did the store visit go?
Oh, not bad. Got everything we needed. Yeah, my trailer's not even half full now. Cool. I'll be right back. I appreciate that in the prices screen it shows you storage and that you have a lot of something stored somewhere. I wish it would tell you where that thing was located.
I'm sure, like, late game, yeah, that would be handy. Because, you know, like, where is this again? Hopefully.
Especially on a map like this that has so many different places.
Yeah, there's 6 different farms that you can get on this map.
What was that?
There's 6 different farms that you can buy on this map.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure one of the mods, but it caused issues, allowed you to see what was in which location.
Man, multiplayer aspect of the channel for supporters of the channel. All members and patrons. I can't open it just to any. I've been burned in the. Yeah, canola's surprisingly low yield. I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why hitting cruise control disables the lane activation. Doesn't feel like it should.
It definitely shouldn't.
It shouldn't, but it does almost every time.
That's weird.
gonna have to move at some point. Oh wait, that's not you. That's the canola truck. That is. But my lines disappeared. Literally just turned around and the lines just, oh, gonna go away.
Is there anything in the dev console about that?
Nope.
How odd.
No. Rather than load these on the train.
Say what?
Rather than load those on the train, let's just go and sell them. Because the train is going to be $3,500, and we're going to maybe get 2 loads out of this whole field. Like, we're just
Yeah.
we're just
And
not
then
going to
the
get
amount of
enough.
time it takes you to fill up, I'm fine with that. I'm heading all the way down there.
Oh. So I wonder, Z, like, I restarted my game. Oh my God, come on, saving content. Jesus. Right, so I got this fixed, basically. I wonder if that the problem of that locking up or whatever was like your system throwing errors, because like I remember right when we started, you said that the sync speed like was airing out on you, And then Coffee came in and used it without any problems. So I wonder if there was like some weird, if your computer was on the verge of badness, sounds like memory corruption or something, and it was sending me weird junk data as the server, right? I as the server was getting some like scrambled eggs data from you. And so that was like, the game just did not know how to handle that. Because your system was, I don't know, maybe there was a weird buffer overrun in memory, and it just started, you know, there was a cascading collapse of badness that scrambled all my data. So we'll see. Like, we'll see if the if the thing and the stuff is bad again. The only other thing that I can think of is like one of your mods, because I'm not the best on making sure the versions, I don't know how the game validates one mod to another as far as like the same mod, if it does a checksum compare or if it's just straight up like what version number. I don't know, because I'm not the best at incrementing my version numbers at all times. So there's a lot. I've got now 15, maybe 12, something like that. Customized mods for FS25. It's a lot to manage. So, plus, I've got mods for Vintage Engineering. I've got mods for Project Zomboid. I've got, there's just mods all over. 10 years into the channel, I've got mods for games that I haven't covered in years. I remember one of the last patches on Transport Fever 2 broke one of my mods that I made for that like 4 years ago. And people were like, hey, can you update this? It broke. And I'm like, this game is like 5 years. They announced Transport Fever 3. Like, I don't even have this game installed anymore. Just to update that mod, I would have had to update it. Wow, that was 48%. That one load, 48% for this field.
Yep.
That's nuts. Yeah, I've got mods for, man, at least 20 different games. It's got to be at least 20. Yeah, all that time I'm only 41%, 42% full.
Yeah. Yeah, but that wheat field, on the other hand, that was a little different.
That was nuts. Got mods for Graveyard Keeper, Airport CEO, Isosphere Program. $13 mods for Vintage Story. FS22, I think I customized at least 30 mods.
The list got pretty long for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that got a little crazy as I was experimenting with different modes of different balance, different game balance, different ways of approaching it. I didn't see a lot of experimentation in the community in terms of like game balance. So I was just like, let's see if we can tweak with this, get a good experience.
Yeah. The Colossus mod pack is about the closest thing to experimentation. And then
that doesn't really, by experimentation I mean like the different balance, a different way to think about balance. Colossus is just harvest faster and hold more, right? It doesn't really upend the balance. So like the very last map that I did, the Prairie Flats Mega version of that map, radically rebalanced everything, the crops, the productions, and it dialed everything up to 20. But it reduced the value of everything by about 10x. So 10 to 15x less value. So if something was in the game, if something was 0.2 per liter, I made it 0.02 per acre. And then you just multiply that by 1,000 just for the actual price of the game. So everything was at least 10 times less valuable. But the yields of fields, which rhymes, but the yields of the fields I increased by between 5 and 10 on most of them. So you got way more stuff via the field. And it just emphasized productions. But even that, like, I went a little nuts with the value of something that kind of broke the late game, and like it's hard not breaking the late game. This balance, the price balance mod that I made, really seeks to just generically set the value of all the crops to real world value. That's what this is. The yields, from what I calculated, were actually I didn't really calculate as rocket calculate because there's a lot of math. Because most crops, the measurement is by weight, not by volume. In the game, everything is by volume and not by weight. So you have to take a crop, take the standard crop, like bushels, figure out the weight of the crop, figure out the volume of that weight, and then go backwards. So you have you started here, you regress it down to the base, and then you build it back up to the standard. So it's like there's a lot of math involved, and AI can do that pretty fast. Ooh, we're getting full. And then I did all the prices of all the base commodities: wheat, silage, grass, hay, all of that, and then a couple of the ingredients in. Some, most everything went down as far as value. So if you use that mod, truck right here. 98%. Most of the crops and everything went down in value. Some of them actually went up, and some of the things went up. Like butter and cheese went up in terms of what their worth is in the open. I even reduced it a little bit from what it was, just because it was too valuable. Most crops went down, some went up. Most of the ones you would assume went down, because soybeans, for example, for some reason, soybeans were way overvalued in the game. I don't know why they balanced it the way they did. Silage, grass, hay, those are all massively overvalued. And I haven't done any of the balance in terms of, I haven't looked into in detail the crops, the straw that we leave, because the game standardizes the straw for some reason. Like every crop that drops straw drops the same amount of straw, and I have an issue because corn should drop more straw than soybean if you're dropping. I have a mod that adds straw to a lot of other crops that don't have it all. And then this map adds two types of straw that aren't in the base game. So it adds corn stalk straw and soybean straw as specific built. But the amount that it drops is pretty much baseline for the base game. You would think that the corn plant itself is huge. I've seen corn 9 feet tall. I've grown corn that's 9 feet. Well, there's a lot more biomass plant material. So I haven't done any of that balance yet, the fruit type. I do have all those files copied over into the map, but I didn't get a chance to fix them. I pretty much spent all of Friday fixing the pallet loader trailer, the pallet loader version, because there was a major bug in that where it was loading the code. Detects the pallet, grabs how much is in the pallet, adds it to the trailer, and then deletes the pallet. In that order. Grab the pallet, grab how much is in the pallet, double check the trailer, make sure there's enough space in the trailer for the pallet. If there is, add the pallet to the trailer, delete the pallet. And for some reason, the pallet delete, the game would redetect the pallet again. And so it would add a pallet multiple times before the pallet would be deleted. And it was just bizarre, because it was like, why is it processing this pallet multiple times when I literally like add the fill type to the trailer and then delete the pallet, one line right after the other. But it would run the routine multiple times. So what I think was happening, why, I guess I don't know what. Like it doesn't make sense that it would run the same function, because I had it limited to on server and I had it limited to is enter or on enter, which means it should only run it once when the pallet enters the trigger, enters the collision. And so it was like, why is it running through this pallet multiple times? And I was dumping stuff into the log file. I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And eventually I just was like, screw it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add this to the trailer, and then I'm just going to remove it from the pallet. Rather than just delete the pallet, just be like, just delete the pallet. I'm adding it to the trailer. Then I'm removing it from the pallet, the same amount, right? If a pallet has 1,000 liters, I add 1,000 liters to the trailer. Then I remove 1,000 liters from the pallet. And then if the pallet still exists, then I delete it. Because removing it from the pallet, that function call, if the pallet is then empty, it should be automatically deleted. But I just double check that if the pallet still exists and delete it, and that fixed the problem. Removing it from the pallet after you load it into the machine fixed the problem. It just would run it once and the pallet would disappear, and you're good to go. And I tested it with a lot of different things, and there was one weird behavior that I ran into, because I tried initially to convert the trailer from a custom script to using a base game generic vehicle fill trigger loader, right? So there is a way, there's a base specialization that you can have on a vehicle that is a fill, it's called like vehicle fill trigger is the tag, I think. And if you have that on your vehicle, it will, you set the trigger node, right? You set what is actually going to collide with whatever it is. You set that, and then the fill unit. Like, which fill unit are you filling? And then what's the node that you collide with that you're actually looking for things to fill? And it works. It literally works. Like, I could do it without a custom script. The problem, and I could not, for the life of me, figure out what the hell was going on. And if anybody is a modder of this game, if anybody knows how this works, right? So the trailer has a giant thing underneath it, the exact fill root. So this giant invisible platform was the root node, was the collision that I had specified. Okay. And that exact fill root node is on all of the fill units, right? So the tank or the capacity uses that fill node in whatever capacity. There's not really any documentation on what the hell that means. The exact fill root node. I looked, and there's just no major description or documentation on what that's supposed to be for. But it's this giant platform. And in my script, that platform collides with the pallets, and that's what absorbs the pallets. Is just like, if it's in that zone, boom, the pallet gets sucked in. But if I use the base game version, that platform is just above ground height. Okay, just above ground height. And like I said, it worked, but you had to lift the pallet up a little. If you had a pallet flat on the ground, right next to the trailer, it would not load it at all. As soon as you lifted the pallet, even a little bit, a couple inches off the ground, boom, it would start loading that pallet out of it. But you had to lift the pallet. Now, if you had a stack of pallets, and I tested this because I have the dev controls and all of that on, if you had a stack of pallets and that trailer was right next to it, it would automatically load all of the pallets except the very bottom one. The bottom one would not load until you lifted it a little bit off the ground. And then it would absorb that pallet. And I could not figure out why. I have no idea. I tried lowering that exact fill root node. I tried lowering it a little bit. Which that was a disaster. It caused the truck to like launch into the sky as soon as I opened the back of the trailer to load it. It just like whoop, it just yeeted it into the sky. Which was not ideal. So I spent like all of Thursday trying to get that to work without a custom. I tried and tried and I just couldn't get it to work. The other thing that I couldn't find a workaround for, and maybe another Lua genius could help. I'm not the best with Lua, even though the last 3 games we've streamed have used Lua. It seems Lua is becoming the standard. Oh, wait. What? Is this full? It is full.
Yes, it is.
I've still got 6%.
Huh.
Well, that
That's
6% will be the line. That'll be the share. But we have to. Let's see. We can hand this one in. Okay, grab the rest of that straw. Is there like a is there a place to sell it up north here?
Yeah, there is.
The 16. Because I know there's a bunch for less, but there's 2 for 16, I think.
Yeah, the animal dealer and the farmer's market aren't too far from here. Farmer's market is about halfway in the middle of the map. The animal dealer is the closer one.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead and sell the straw. I want to make sure we sell that. This stuff will just disappear on it. And then I'll take this grain. Oh my God, save the content, please. Okay, so this need to go all the way. How much straw did you get off that?
295,000.
Going to be 16 times 20. 320,000. 300. So yeah, back to what I was saying. Like, I really I could not figure out why I had to lift that pallet like inches off the ground in order for it to unload into the trailer. I could not figure it out. There's no real like pallet trigger, explicit pallet trigger, because a pallet is technically a vehicle, right? So it has to be a vehicle trigger. It's just confusing. And then there are two different flags. There's a collision filter flag, and then a mask flag. And there's so little documentation about what the hell those things are for. I think I folded that combine. There's still 1,600 liters of canola in that combine. We need to figure out a place to sell that. Hopefully up north. Because I'm going to leave this trailer down here because we need to unload that train. No, actually we need to bring the train up north. No. But yeah, there should be a place up north we can empty that combine out before we deliver everything from this train. Because this train, I want to get this train loaded up and sent as fast as possible, because it's going to be really expensive. Oh, I didn't see how much we got from the straw. Did you sell the straw?
I did.
Did you see how much it was?
We started at like 90 something, and we're close to or we're now at 104, so it was a good amount. I'll wait to hit the rent train button until it's right here, and then it'll stop.
Of course there's a fence right there. There's reasons. So this should, since we sold that, so yeah, that was way off. There's $3,200, not $3,200. I think this is where I need to be.
You're at the right one.
Back north. Why don't I create job view? I think we need to take this guy, to there. Where is the offload from this? So let's just...
What's that?
Create job. Go to. Right here. Start.
I hope it works. The AI worker really doesn't seem to like that big bridge that it has to go up.
Oh, I've already used him once coming up here. He was okay.
Oh, good.
All right, I need to know where are we stuff. Map. Prices. Canola. Anywhere close. I don't even care about the price at this point. Where's the closest? Farmer's Market. Probably the best spot. It's way down south.
Oh. Can you give me permissions? I won't be able to rent the train. You got about 30
Well,
seconds.
I want to be there when you do that. So.
Oh.
That's definitely something I would want to capture on camera. That whole process. So I wanted to dot all the I's and cross the T's before I did that. 'Cause I don't know when we give this stuff back, when we finish the thing. If I'm gonna. I mean, 1,000 liters of this is not really constant. Not enough to justify how much time this is taking, because this freaking thing is slow. But it is beautiful countryside. It's a beautiful map. Even custom water features, like nuts. Cut on through. $296. Worth it. Oh. I need to use the bathroom. Okay. Now, we need to go down to the south. Where are you going with that combine?
Oh, just over by where the header is in case you want to use it again still.
Oh, where did all these come from?
Where did all of what come from?
There's a whole bunch more harvesting contracts in here. These were not in here
as the day
before.
progresses, more of them show up, which is really annoying because you have until midnight to complete them.
Yeah, the field 35. I mean, that is a that is an enormous field. Where is that?
Not bad. It's a good one.
60 acres? Literally the size of 6, and 6 took us took us a while. Well, for me, it would depend on like where the sell point is. Selling station, Agricore, Montana. Where is Agricore, Montana? Is it
Near the main highway of the southern town.
so? The sell point would be right down here. Yeah, right there.
On the bright side, there are 2 contracts for that field 33 and 35, and they're right next to each other.
Let's see. 33.
Because they're both oat.
The different set of. Well, the 33 uses the Case IH. I wonder if that Case IH has a better combine to exploit.
Then the Lexion that we have, no, I don't believe so. Because we have the Lexion 8900. And that has an 18,000. And that particular case, I can't tell if it is the 7150 or the AF11. If it's the AF11, then yes, it actually would be better because it can carry 2,000 liters more, but that's it.
Yeah, I think it's the AF11. There's that icon. Let's see. The difference is the feeder house on the AF11 is black, and the axial flow is red. So if we look at the contract,
Oh, yep, it is.
it's black.
The
So
AF11.
it is the beefier. It is 1600 versus 1200. It's funny that the bigger field is the lesser combine.
Huh, yeah, that is funny. Hi, Z.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
And then the other difference in it is that the case can only go 18 miles an hour while the Kloss can go 24. Which really feels like a difference.
What I would do, if I had my way, is I would finish all the fields that we have, get them all completed, give, the rental that we have, get it all back, and then YOLO and lease the Colossus and get some real harvesting.
That is the method that I like to do on mine. Instead of leasing from the contract, if there are several of the same contract, I'll lease the actual vehicle. Even though it costs more, it feels a little more realistic.
Because the Colossus, we would be able to turn that around a little bit faster. But, it would be, people would be upset, I think. So, what do you want to do? If we do 35 and 33, that's going to be a couple hours of slow, methodical stuff because we're going to have to sell it. They both sell at the same spot.
Yeah, and the route to get to that spot isn't terrible.
The truck and trailer that these... So the truck... But if we lease, yeah, what we can do is lease the Colossus, and then maybe buy the wagon, the unrealistic wagon, and then be able to offload really fast. I'm trying to get it to a point where we're like all of us would be able to like do different jobs and like trying to ramp up our production, because we don't actually own anything yet. We don't own any land. We don't own a farm. We don't own anything. We're still hanging on by our fingernails at this point.
Contracts.
Doing contracts. There's a baling contract on 87. That's 38 grand. I mean, that's decent. And we'd be able to grab the bales. 100% we'd be able to grab the bales off of that.
I always like the mowing contracts, and this map has a lot of grass fields, and so all you got to do is buy a small mower setup, and it might take you a little while, but you'll be able to get it done. The train is getting ready to go down by the southern part of the map again if you wanted to load it up.
All right, let's see what it's going to take. Where is the... Do I talk to this lady? Hello? Do I...
So it's up here.
Aha, okay. Rent train. There it is. Big Sky Ranch. Can't get in train. Right into that. Okay. What do we need to do now?
Now that the train has stopped, you should be able to get in it. And then for ease of everything else, I would back it up so you can load the first car.
Gotta turn the engines off when we get out of vehicles. That would be good. Why is the train moving?
Cruise control on or something?
I'm not in it.
Oh.
I was not able to tab inside of it.
No, you can't tab inside of it.
Well, how do you get in it?
Get close to it and hit E.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe there's a setting in the game settings for tabbed trains.
Open
Either
cover.
way, back it on up.
Back it up.
Yep. Go all the way until you're at the car closest to the locomotive.
Don't we have to back this thing all the way back to the north?
We do. I just said that so everyone else can see it. Your car is full.
Yeah. Just selecting.
At least it seems that they upgraded the brakes in comparison to the base game train. Full.
$53 left. Wow. 3 cars is all it took to that entire field was 3 cars. Actually, two.
That's
two
still a lot.
2 1/3. All right,
Yep,
here
2
we
1/3.
go. Another custom grid. Crazy how much work this map.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you can do this train thing. Use your map. Can't even imagine how complicated. I've looked at all the code and all right. We're backing up. Is there a way that I can go? Do I
No,
drop
you
it
have
off
to
up
go
here?
around it. Nope, keep going.
I thought there would be a way to angle myself over there, but I got to go around this field, apparently.
Yeah, it's just the way he designed that. Or if whoever did it. Still pretty neat though. It would be cool if you could switch tracks.
Alright, you're gonna have to tell me, like, how close am I?
Mm-hmm.
Going 50 miles an hour. It's gonna take me a little while to slow down and stop.
Go ahead and start slowing down. Two cars, and yeah, it took a little longer than I thought to stop. That's okay. You can go forward. And
Oh, I have to. I was
Did.
going.
and stop. Back it up some. Whenever it gives you the bind to unload.
It says start filling.
You have to have the specific car selected to unload. So back up a little more. Stop.
There it is.
And then tab through your cars until one of them says unload. There you go. Okay. Now move forward. About one car length.
Yeah, I don't. You say that, but I don't know
Yeah.
what that means. I have no
Okay.
frame of reference, so
That'll do.
I'm going until I get. Oh,
Ooh.
yeah, I think Z forgot to change his name.
Really? I changed the name. I logged in on a single player, changed my name.
I'm not seeing an unload. Where am I? Forward or backwards? You gotta.
You're perfect where you need to be. Just go through the cars. They don't all show up on
There it
the
is.
setting hints. There it goes. Oh yeah, and make sure to fix your the hot mic in-game chat. Z
Forward or backward? Forward.
forward. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. And stop. And then once you're all unloaded, the fastest way to get rid of the train will be backing up until you hit the map border. But that was the last car to be emptied.
Well, hopefully it's not in-game audio now.
$701 overall, not bad.
Wow, the fucking autosaves are crazy in this game.
This is going to take a while.
I was watching somebody playing yesterday, and he must have a mod, because every time he completed a contract, whatever farmer, whatever NPC owned that field, it would pop up. Once you completed the contract, it was like, Walter will now give you a 5% discount on his land, right? So you get like,
Oh yeah, I have that mod.
what mod is that? What's it called?
There might be more than one that are similar names, but it's like better contracts or something like that.
I'll have to look into that, 'cause that was kind of cool. Like a little bit more incentive, because yeah, some of these fields are out of our price range. Well, pretty much all of them.
Yeah, massive.
Price
I
range,
think you can get up to like a 30% discount.
Yeah. Like Big Sky Acres. I mean, 32, I think, or no, 132. Yeah. Big Sky Acres is $500,000 for that farm, but it includes like quite a lot of stuff. And I know that we could loot the dealership, but I don't want to do that. I like the fact that the dealership has a bunch of stuff in it. I think it's cool. And I never gave anybody permission. Let me give permissions. I wish there was a way to just like give permissions. Hire a Y worker. Manage contracts. Cut trees. Yes. Let's give Z. There we go. There needs to be like a tier that's just like trusted worker, right?
Farm manager.
Right, but a farm manager to me is like all the things. And believe it or not, there's one or two in there that I don't give you guys. To eliminate certain shenanigans. Because stuff that I want to do on stream. Or at least on camera. But so he is zipping back and forth, selling all the gubbins.
30,000 liters at a time, and we still have 250-some thousand to go.
So if we want, so like somebody can jump on the baling contract. I think the one, which one was it? For 87, you get that really cool baler. Those are round bales. Maybe round bales would not be the best.
Oh, they're horrible.
So 71 would give us square bales, because yeah, we can nick the bales.
Yeah. Square bales are all right because you can keep driving. Round bales, oh, I hate them.
Yeah, we have auto load that we'll be able to use, but Square bales would certainly be, but I don't know. Like, one of you guys can tell me if a contract. Yeah, see, the contract explicitly says what kind of bale they want, round or square.
Yep.
That's unfortunate. But if we go to harvesters and I want to look at Colossus, I even have this Massey Ferguson, like really old school one, just funsies.
I could do 71. That's not a problem. It may be that more square bale contract comes up in the meantime.
Yeah.
Okay, just make sure I borrow items. Something is weird with the speed. Normal speed is not normal speed.
Yeah, I noticed that.
$311,000. Jesus. I mean, is it worth leasing? Because leasing this is 15 grand plus 3 grand a day plus 6.5 grand an hour. Like, is that real? It might not be worth it. Yeah, 35. Our first purchased equipment is a
Nice.
trailer to steel bales. Thieves.
The bale thief.
Where is this guy? This guy is way south of town. Actually, I don't know where I'm going with this. If we I thought I was down here somewhere. I'm way up. way up north. Yeah. I have a feeling it would be not easy to pass by here. So. And lap visit number 4 today? Huh? Oh, I'm too far north. Alright. Just have to decide what to do. Bullshit. Coffee's. I don't think I'm going to be able to. I could Dukes a Hazard off the side of this thing.
Oh, I've done it. Fun.
Oh.
Is one of the things you changed on the map to make it so all the signposts don't have collisions?
No, I haven't touched them.
There's still a partial trailer load worth of wheat. What do you want to do with it?
Sell it wherever profit.
Boy. Oh, did you just... You collected the contract too soon.
Oh, I forgot the... Yeah, sorry. Darn.
Oh well. Alright, well, with that, I have to take care of dinner. Dinner? Lunch
Alrighty.
dinner? Yeah.
77. That's way the hell over there. And then the sell point. I don't know where the sell point is on that. This one should be pretty easy. This is wheat. Yeah, that should be easy. You can only have 3 active contracts going.
Yeah, that is the base game. I do believe that Better Contracts mod that I posted in Discord allows you to change how many, and it also has the field purchase discount thing. If not, the Contracts Plus mod allows you to take as many contracts as you set in the settings. Anywho, bye.
buttons. That's what I need, right? I need like a massive control panel with all the buttons and switches. Yellow. The other one is with that motor.
Whoa. Even remotely close. autosaves are nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That barely fit. That's funny. Oh, 50,000 for that? Jesus. like this one, but we don't have 300 horsepower to run it. We don't have that. You could do this one. Yep. I have a wagon or a trailer over here for picking up bales. Just
Yep.
not sure about the tractor. Pull it. Might have to test drive one of the tractors. It's
Well, I don't know what this is. It's leased, so no idea.
what do you mean?
It should be fairly powerful with this baler.
Oh, you've got a tractor with the baler?
Yeah, when I leased the tractor.
Okay, so yeah, there's a trailer that you could probably check out before you finish the field.
Yep.
It's at the dealership?
The field will be finished before, but the contract you have to manually hand in anyway. So I can go and pick up the bales, and when that's done, finish the contract. This will probably be done before the other harvesting.
Yeah, I
Anyway.
just started. It takes me 10 minutes just to get down to the field because it's across the whole fucking.
Yep.
I'm actually starting to learn the map now, which is sad. I'm starting to learn the roads and the highways, the turnoffs, where to go.
Yeah, you do after a while. I missed quite a bit. I was struggling with the members only section of Discord.
What do you mean you were struggling?
Age verification. Discord wanted age verification before I actually got to see anything, so I could download the mods.
Age very Jesus. That's weird.
Yeah, I've not seen that before. So either an ID or a video of my face.
Wow.
That wasn't as simple as as it really
Yeah,
should
that
be.
can't be faked at all with pretty much any AI that exists today. Like, all you need to do is go to an AI and be like, you know, an old man speaking these words, and it's just like, just generates that, and there you go. There's the video.
Yep. What's it called? What was it? There was a program on Steam. Was it Facecam? So you can look like something else, and if you add AI to it, you could probably do live modification of your face.
Sure. Oh yeah. Heck, phones are able to do that. You have filters on phones that are crazy. I've seen some clips of women who have filters on their faces, and they do something where they turn away or something, and the filter like turns off for a second, and you're like, oh shit, like, yeah. Very hard to believe anything you see online anymore. Like, people have basically drilled away any belief into like what is real, and it's kind of interesting.
Yep. Oh yeah. I don't like accept any friend requests on any platform unless I've actually met the person.
Yeah. I saw somebody on X like responding to and basically like talking to an account that was most obviously a bot. You can tell like bot accounts because it's like some name followed by a big chunk of numbers, and it's like just a big string of numbers, and it's like those are all bots. They're just randomly generated usernames, like Cynthia 674211244. It's like nobody's gonna name themselves that. I think the only exception to that is the Greg account on X. Like, it's the only name and account with a giant bunch of numbers that I would even consider being a real person. Everybody else is I just assume they're bots, so I don't pay them.
Yep.
It's just like I see people like responding to and getting into arguments with obvious bot accounts, and it's just hilarious. How are you supposed to get over this?
I've been trying to get off X, get my account deleted. But no, can't do that. Because of verification. Same with PayPal.
This got most of the way. $20,000. That big hell. This truck. Jesus, that's fucking. Those autosaves are brutal. All right, what is the width of this header? The case FD 250. Case IH Mac Don FD. Get all squirrely with God. Just back up. All I want you to do. There you go. FD 250. 15.2. 73 liters. That's about as close as it can get. Jeez, there's inches of clearance on this thing. Jeez. 51,800 liters in this truck. That's a lot of grain.
Oh yeah.
Every time I go into the menu, it's like 20 seconds of save.
It was nothing for the bales. It doesn't look like we're getting anything from the bales.
How do I switch? How do I switch? Somebody, like, tell me how to switch the empty out. How do I switch to the, like, the different tanks on the trailer?
I don't remember. I think I've done it before. I can barely see your screen. It's decided to use a resolution that is hopeless.
Yeah, I don't expect you to be watching the stream as well as playing.
The tip side. Is that not determined?
Oh, there it is. Tip side. Aha!
Yeah, I thought there was. I know there was something that actually changed it. So I remember having used that trailer before. It's just when it defaults to 360p, I can't read anything. That mute button doesn't work. I don't think there's any point in selling the bales. We don't get anything for them. it seems.
Really?
Yeah, that's nothing. Unloaded them and they just disappeared.
I wonder if that's because they're not marked as us being owners.
That maybe. So that's fine. Don't want to bother too much with it.
Where am
I'll just park the trailer and then hand in the contract.
Was there no other square baler contract?
I don't think I can pick one up until I cancel or hand in 3 contracts max.
Oh, right. Yeah,
So
I
we
didn't
have
know
to
about
hand
that
this one in.
limitation. There's enough jobs to be done for these fields that
Oh yeah. I need these trailers.
coming, Mr. Worker.
Hand in that contract, I think. Hi, Coffee.
Hello there. How goes?
Good, good.
Oh, it goes.
Yeah, still trucking along?
Yeah. Brian.
Contracts. Hailing. It's a little bit. A bit more money.
So I think it's the smaller of the fields that I borrowed the...
Yes.
So I did the big field first. Yeah, getting that truck, getting somebody in this truck when it's full to drive it, deliver. I just did a round trip, and
Be a while. A few.
I can unload. You know, best to do it when it's completely full, but
Yeah, of course. We're picking up straw as well.
yeah, I do have straw thing out in the field. Picking it up.
Okay, so where does this want to deliver?
Southwest.
Southwest. Okay. Which one are we on? We're on 35. 35.
Both of these fields go to the same spot as far as the goods go, but
Okay. All right. So it's all the way over there.
Mind if I do a mowing contract or two?
you can start one.
Because at the moment there's 2 available, so leasing off of one should make a good amount of money.
Problem is, you can only have one more
Yeah,
contract.
you can only have one more contract active. That's the problem.
Oh, shoot. Forgot about that.
Yeah, I didn't know about that limit, so I'll look to fix that in the next week.
Seems that's going to be a while before that fills up, so I'll pop out for some air. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Well, if it's over 50% full, when it gets to the other end, that means it's going to fill up before it gets to the other end. Not really sure. What I'll also look into this week is looking at that music service and seeing if I can download a handful of tracks to use as a custom radio station. That way, if I'm in here, I can have it configured to use the custom music. Then we can chill and relax, listen to music, see how that goes. Another brutal auto. I think I have my autosave set to like 10 minutes, so it's every goddamn time I open the menu. Yeah, I don't know why these spots are 5 times more income for these things.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
So what's he doing? 29.
why this Colossus storage wagon unloads so slowly, I don't know. It's the only reason I would like to customize this mod. And it's just not worth it. To have a whole different custom version. What I wish was possible was to reach out to either of the guys that made it. Just be like, can you please add a faster discharge? It takes so long to discharge this wagon. Because if you increase the capacity, it doesn't increase the discharge. And there's a way to do it. You can have different discharge thing, different things defined in the XML, and you could associate them with the configuration of the fill you. Why they didn't do that, I don't know. $500,000 liters. For $9,000. panda. We are harvesting oats on field 35. We did 6, we did 82, and now we're on 35. I think. Forgot what field he bailed on. 71 maybe? I can't remember.
Yeah, 71, I think.
It's getting warm. The others. Yeah, I've got an AI worker in the combine. I suppose I could, now that there's 3 of us, it was just the 2 of us doing, or just the one of me doing this when I started. But more, probably could save some money on wages.
But
Mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I wish I had a. I do have 2 joysticks for logging that I got a couple years ago. They work really well when I'm in like a harvester machine. I don't have them configured for 25. I was using like 20. Yeah. Fancy peripherals like that. Not cheap. Yeah, for some reason the Rumble side is in general like has been a better performing or more stable. I don't know how you define it. Like the YouTube side, I don't know what they did. I mean, at least we're not dropping frames. But for about a year, almost a year, started last September, I started dropping frames like crazy streaming to YouTube, like crazy. Upwards of like 65% of my frames going to YouTube were dropped. And I looked and looked and looked and looked and looked, and there was no reason why I would suddenly do that on my side. I talked, like I was on stream on the phone to my ISP. Because every time I searched for the problem, it was telling me it's, an internet connection. And so I was I'm like on the stream a few months ago, talking to the head of the ISP network infrastructure. And he basically like looked up, he was looking at my specific connection. And he was like, there's no issues on the ISP side, like nothing. Everything is fine. And yeah, all the speed tests, everything was fine. But for some reason, YouTube, not Rumble, YouTube, was dropping my frames like crazy. And I don't know why. So yeah, even though I'm not getting drop rate still, so it's been a few streams, it's been a few weeks since I've had the issue again. But yeah, the YouTube side I don't know if they did something to their servers, or if they changed like how they prioritize jobs depending on channel or whatever. So I don't know what they're doing, but why they would regress in their service. Not often do you have a company get worse at what they do. This is one of their only things that they do. But yeah, last summer I started simulcasting. Just to get a presence there. I mean, it's not a big presence. I got like 60 followers on Rumble. It's not a thing that would risk the YouTube side of it. But it's still nice. I haven't even looked on the Rumble side to see if I've even made any income off of it. I'm sure it would email me. It would tell me like, hey, no idea how they do that. I'm yawning so much because my goddamn cat woke me up like 4 times last night. Like, I was sound asleep, and I had just fallen asleep. But, an hour before, I had just fallen asleep. But an hour later, I get woken up by the the loudest fucking meows, like just like he just comes into my room and does that, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, there is no reason for that shit. Just comes into my room and just starts meowing like crazy. Like, what? I was in a deep sleep. Yeah, for the rest of the night. I just could not. I couldn't get back to that, like, really super restful sleep. Because she just kept waking me up. And, yeah. Not happy. Not happy. One of the issues is, you know, for the first 6 years of her life, she was at my dad's place. My dad and my stepmother. Who, my dad is notorious insomniac. Notorious. Like, he tries to take meds to make him sleep, but even those sometimes don't work. My stepmom was up at all hours of the night. You know, she would be, you know, she would sleep for an hour and then be up, sleep for a couple hours and then be up. And so, like, the first 6 years, nobody had a standard sleeping schedule at all. And so she was just used to, at all hours of the night, people being around and up, and it's like, so ever since I've gotten her, I've had very few really good night's sleep since I've gotten her. I've had her for 3 years now. Going into my third. And I can't like close my door and lock her out of the room so I can sleep, because she would just sit and scratch the door for me and meow. And it's just like, you cannot have a door closed and a cat's present for some reason. If a door is closed, doesn't matter if they want to go in or not. If a door is closed, they will want it open. It's the strangest instinct. It's the weirdest thing. If you're inside of a room and the door is closed, they want in. And they'll whine and cry for hours to get in. As soon as you open the door and they come in, they look in, sniff the air, and then leave. It's like, man. But yeah, my sleep has been atrociously bad. It's like, what we need is like 2 more combines. That's what we need. Man. We're squeezing by on income here. I should probably sell that baler, or the bale trailer.
Yep.
I suspected after I bought it, I actually had that thought of, you know, we're not the owners of the bale, so selling it might not work the way that we want it. Because before on the other map, we were putting the bales in the fermenting silo. So it was we were consuming them and turning them into something else. And then we were able to like make silage out of it and then sell that if we really wanted to. We literally don't have any land to put a silo on. there's another autosave. Let's see. Did I fix the as soon as I turn this row here, I'm gonna pop into the file. When I minimize the game, like you guys still see it because it's OBS is hooked into the game, not on, but it's still on. I can check. I'm gonna check the ethanol plant trigger, the drop-off trigger. If it's not a base game, if it's a customized one for the map, then there'll be a file that I can look at. If it's the base game one, which I don't think there's an ethanol plant for the base game, so it must be like added. I can peek at that file and see if because I went through literally every single placeable, every single XML on this map to just verify, validate, and tweak. So. Got downtime. Grab this rock.
Oh, I am.
You can go faster.
Can I go faster?
Oh yeah, you can collect straw at like 30 miles an hour. I had the cruise control low because there was a time where I was following the combine. So
I'm not using the cruise control.
oh. I didn't know.
I'm driving 33 kilometers per hour.
Yeah. Well, the tractor that's pulling is not the beefiest. It can take a little bit.
Yep. Oh, I'm giving it all she got.
Oh yeah, I was gonna look at the quick peek at the map. Placeables. Production points, ethanol plant. Yes, I did. Yep. Propane. Maize 2, sorghum, and propane. So yeah, I did it. I did make sure that was. So yeah, I must have seen that it like had a fill type of propane and just no way to unload it. So yeah, I did add that. I know the person asked me that question 6 hours ago, but it's stuck in my head, so I needed to look. So coffee, have you looked through the prices and stuff? What do you think of my rebalance?
It's not too bad.
I wanted it challenging but not grinding. So
Yeah, I mean, and the way it's like this, then production lines are going to be key to making a profit in the game.
Yeah. That was my intention, was to incentivize the productions. And you don't even you don't have to go super deep into the tree for productions. Like, you don't have to go all the way to like cake and stuff like that, because butter, butter and cheese, if you have cows, that's more than plenty. You could win this map just with some cows, especially if you bought some super cows and aged them up. Or the super buffalo, or even more. I think the base price for a baby 0-month-old super buffalo is $500,000. For a mating age super buffalo is $6.5 million. And there's a reason for that. Where's my grain unloader? Gotta have my grain unloader coming.
Yeah, I'd go with wine, whiskey, and beer.
Yeah, those are added by the map. Those are custom. I didn't really edit any of those.
That's weird.
Because I don't have a sense of the balance. And I think they're going to be involved. They're going to be involved enough to really. Yeah, it's weird. I initially set that GPS to exactly the width of the header, and it was getting off. Every row, it was a little bit more off south. And so I went in and I edited the GPS to be 0.1 meter larger, and it literally caused the problem on the other side of the thing. You can't win. thought if you had a piece of equipment leased, buy it.
With a mod.
Oh, that was a mod that did that? Oh.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to, dip our toes into that a little bit, we could maybe find like a flour mill or something to buy with the extra wheat. We just throw that into the flour mill, although I don't know how much those flour mills. Oh, there's an autosave. So if we go wheat, flour mill, tag. There. 288,000 for the flour mill. Oh, wait. That's a little bit out of our price range. Darn. We could go the full-on custom harvester route and just invest in a Colossus harvester, a header that would allow us to harvest, reasonably fast. Punch out a whole lot. Just a whole lot of. Even being able to go like 20, 25 miles an hour makes it different how long it takes to do this. Build them up. Like, I'm honestly half tempted to look into finding if any farmers around the area need a hand for harvest this year. I could sit in a combine for 10 hours and, you know, harvest. Pay attention to all the things and hit all the buttons and I mean, obviously the game abstracts a lot of stuff away that you don't have to worry about because all the harvesting we've done today, we probably had to, you know, if it was the real amount, there's no way we would have done this much in one day. But we'd have probably had to replace a few teeth on the sickle and, you know, all sorts of things. But one of these days, one of these companies is going to be able to give you a view like this when needed. Because what they're going to do is they're going to attach a drone to the top of this thing. And in the cab, you're going to be able to hit a button, launch the drone, and it will be pre-programmed to zip up and give you a top-down look to allow you to maneuver. And then you'll be able to hit another button and it'll come back and redock. That's damn near, it's almost guaranteed that's going to happen. This company's going to introduce that, and then that is going to be a standard. Then everybody's going to be expected to do that. Sitting here, you have a big monitor to the side, and you'll hit a button that'll launch that drone, and you'll be able to like navigate it, you know, control the combine, get it all done. It'll have, you know, a 20-minute flight time. Battery in it. It'll redock itself and recharge itself from the machine, and you'll have a external camera that you'll be able to detach. Yeah, phenomenal idea. Yeah, I know they have cabless. Oops. I did not mean to hit tab. Why is that in the ground? I think there was a way to raise that or yeah, cabless, that whole thing. I know they've got prototypes and stuff. There's even, you can even get one of those for the game. From what I've seen, and I've watched in the last 8 or 9 months, a lot of real farmers and real equipment in the field. And the sense that I get is, under certain circumstances, yes, you would be able to have an automated drone harvesting under really ideal conditions. But the amount of subtlety in a field, rocks, like dirt, is the crop like wind blown on the ground and you have to like adjust the header a little bit. There's a lot of like situational awareness that you have to adjust everything to try to get the most out of it that you can. And yeah, it down the road it will be possible, just like a sort of like a Tesla FSD for farming. I'm sure that somebody would be able to come up with that. But then the amount of like individual crops, how to handle certain situations for each individual crop type, different headers, the subtle nuances with the headers, like moisture value. Another thing is like if the moisture doesn't cooperate, you have to just not harvest at all. Like you can't. You have to basically shut it all down and just not harvest for a while until the moisture gets down to a certain point. And that's something that this game sort of simulates. The moisture level, like when it's raining, you don't want to be harvesting because it lowers your yield when it's raining. But that's the extent of it. You're not tracking in real time like which part of the field has moisture and which, like, because grain, most grain elevators, depending on the grain, they will only take it if it's below a certain threshold of moisture. And that's usually like 13.5%. Sometimes, if you're feeling generous, you can get up to 15%. But that's rare. And they're not going to pay as much. So it's like, if you're in a field and you're getting 16% moisture, you just can't harvest it, period. And sometimes the combines are not they're not dialed in, or they're not as accurate as they should be, or that the grain elevator might have a different reading than the combine, so they gotta sync everything up. And then there's like the random things. What if there's a deer running through the field? You definitely don't want to hit that with the combine. I heard one story of a farmer, this was years ago. Dad told me a story of a farmer guy who inadvertently sucked in a skunk into his combine.
Ooh.
And yeah, that was a bad day. That was a very, very bad day. Yeah, we want to hold off on delivering any more grain.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. In the entire field.
Oh, come on now. I mean, everything seems to be going pretty well. It's a 4X map, so I was unsure of how everything. Rock solid. I have. Z has not.
No. Nothing to do with the map, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's my suspicion. Remember when we first started, you were having some Lua errors, and then at about the exact same time of all of that is when that UI scrambled on the prices, right? So I can pull the prices up, and look at them now. So like, it would be impossible to test this, but it's almost like your computer was doing something weird, like you had some weird like memory corruption because of whatever problem you were having, right? So you had some sort of weird corruption, and that was causing like junk data to be sent via, because there's the way that the syncs go, it's reading and writing data streams between clients and the server. So it's almost like I was getting weirdly corrupted data from you that was having some weird effect on my game. And it's like this cascading problem, and then suddenly your computer just fucking died.
Yeah.
And
It's
I just restarted my game, and it fixed the UI problems that I was having. But
Does your
Well, I don't
computer
know.
even post?
Nope. It won't even power on. There's a light on the motherboard, but it has power. And I can see that comes on, but pressing the power button doesn't do anything.
Interesting.
I know it's worked. It's not that long ago since I shut it down.
you don't have any LED on your motherboard that gives you a error code or anything?
Postcode?
Nope. And it doesn't even get that far. No, none of the fans turn on.
Ooh.
So,
So your motherboard is not delivering power to any of the devices. That's,
So I'm thinking either there's something wrong with the power supply, or it's the motherboard CPU.
yeah. My
before
guess
you
would be
go
motherboard,
completely
because it
crazy-
was originally the video card. Like, that was the, like, your video card, like your monitors just turned off, like the video feed.
The thing is, my power strip has a master socket, and the PC is connected to the master socket. And if that doesn't get sufficient power, the monitors turn off.
Interesting.
Well, they didn't actually turn off; they went into standby.
Right, so
So
they
it
were
may
still
not have-
they were still getting power. They just weren't getting
Yeah.
signal, which is why
Yep.
if the motherboard went out, if you fritzed your motherboard, then your video card probably fail-safed and shut itself off. And that just
Yeah.
cascaded the whole system, and just like everything just. So
But
I hope you didn't surge it.
Yeah, I have no idea what it was, but it's weird that I was talking on Discord while that happened.
Right, we were still hearing you, which again it means that it's why I suspect it's the it's the motherboard, because it's like, well, it's if it was the CPU, the whole system would have just imploded.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Before you go too crazy into troubleshooting, last year, was it? Something like that? One of my hard drives fried, and it caused my computer to not even post. And the way I troubleshot that was unplugging everything's power connection and starting with the motherboard, then the CPU, then the GPU, then boot drive, and other hard drives and stuff.
Yep. I'll look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
This-
right. Well, we have 5,000 liters left in the grain cart, and the truck is completely full. I have a feeling that one of the sections of this truck will finish the contract.
And that's fine that we finished that one. I think that one we're not. I did not lead or borrow. I guess I'm borrowing. I did not borrow the.
Yeah, you only borrow for 33.
So we can finish that out. Probably sell the equipment or sell the grain somewhere, wherever.
Coffee's taking the truck.
But we definitely want to make sure we get all of the straw. I think we got all the straw off that field. So.
Where?
The straw gets placed in there's a hay. It's near where the grain goes. There's a hay wholesaler, whatever factory, and that's where I've been selling the hay. Although we're probably at or over the liter
The hay
limit.
company.
Yeah, we're probably over the liter limit for price reduction, but I think it is what it is. Because we don't have enough to buy the flour mill.
Nope. If we had enough to buy land, we could buy a small flour mill and build it.
You leased your company for 35?
Do what?
Did you lease the equipment for field 35? Yeah.
That's what I've been driving this whole time.
Yep. Okay. Then we can't have.
Oh no, no, not 35, 33. The one I'm on now is where the
Okay.
equipment came. No,
So-
nothing was borrowed from 35.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Then in case you hand in 35, I'll dump the straw.
You got about maybe another 500,000 liters. I'm not sure. How much did you get?
869.
Because yeah, I already sold 500,000 liters off that field. So that is, we got almost exactly the same amount of straw off that field than we did the very first one. So should be another roughly 23,000 total, which is pretty good for straw.
Yep.
And then this is going to be a much more. This field is 10.6 acres versus 60.8. So a sixth. All the stuff moved over here. Now, what strategy should we go for as far as purchasing? Go for our own very first field and just sort of time the equipment to harvest it and then plow it. Just time it with contracts to be able to just go into our own field and just oh, we need to plow our field. Let's do a plowing contract and use that to plow our field, and then I'm sure the farmers wouldn't mind. We're doing okay.
Well, as long as you made it possible to use the equipment on owned fields. Because I think there's a limitation there as well, that you cannot use contract equipment on your own fields.
Really? I guess I've never tried it before.
I don't know if the mod that you have installed that allows you to use the leased contract equipment on other fields will affect that, but it might.
What the mod I made for field permissions, I now can't remember exactly, because I was focused on bales at the time, so but yeah, all it does is there's a call check for is this permission for this field available? I just return true. Just they don't mind. So the bales are the hardest, because the bales, when you're baling on a contract, the bales that you create have a flag of the owner, right? So there's an owner ID that's part of that object. And that's why when we tried to take the bales that Z did, we weren't getting any money for them, because the ownership flag was set for the other farm. Or it's probably 0, because the NPCs don't really have a farm ID. Don't have the players have. Or they have farm ID 50. There's some arbitrary number in there, but where's my auger way?
I'm still emptying straw.
Yeah, that takes a while. That's going to take a hot minute.
Yeah, it's almost there.
Coffee needs to... He was napping in the tractor, I think.
I was unloading the other tractor trailer.
Almost 15K.
Yeah. And I got 9K, a little over 9K for the first batch. So that was, 23, another 23 grand for straw. Working good. Now remember, straw is worth a fraction of what it is usually. So. And I looked for the those certain sell points. If we look in the map again, if we look at the prices, the animal dealer, farmers market, and Montana Hay Company. I don't know why there's such a premium for the prices.
I think it's because in comparison to all the fermenting silos, those are actually productions.
Right, but the price that you get for a product is set in the XML of the factory, right? So you can do a price scale on the sell point. So like that sell everything that I customized, I could have made that a price scale of 10, and then you get 10 times the amount of the price. And it's just a way that different factories can have different, subtly different, because you could have a map where those are set, and you could have one be like 1.02, 1.011, 1.0, and you could have subtly different prices for everything based on that price. It's how the guy that did the fill stations made it so cheaty, because the price scale for buying was set to 0.7 and the price scale for selling was set to 1.3, right? That's a 60% swing in the price at the same station. It was stupid. And I looked at the animal dealer. That is just the vanilla, like, U.S. map animal dealer. That's in, like, Riverbend Springs or whatever it's called. And I looked at that file, and the price scale is not, it's not out of hand. So I don't know why the price on that is like 5x what it should be. Because if you look at the other prices for straw, it's like minuscule. It's like $3, which is what it should be. The ones that are $16, again, I don't know where that value is. I looked, I investigated, I could not find it. So yeah, I'm at a loss as far as that's concerned. No idea what it cost. So we have to be careful with selling grain from this field, because any of the excess grain that was already dumped off from the other field applied for this field, because they had the same drop-off spot. Which is why I just went 2 rows around and we're already at 56% finished. Did you want some oats? Coffee's like, give me oats. I want oats. Oh my god. The damn cruise control canceled my thing. I don't know why the fuck that happened, but I hit 3 to toggle cruise control, and it for some reason it knocks me out of the lane guide. It doesn't do it every time. It's just every once in a while. But yeah, since we started playing this, I've always wondered, like, this particular brand, Case IH, I've always wondered, like, where did that IH come from? And I finally learned. Finally learned the other day. It was a couple weeks ago. That Case merged, or they bought, company called International Harbor, and that's where the IH comes from. International. There's actually some tractor mods that are international. You can get them. But yeah, that's where that's from, and I learned it. I originally thought it was for like international horticulture. This Case, they make a lot of other things, construction equipment and stuff. So the IH, I thought it was like international horticulture, something like that. Like it was their farming branch, whatever. But yeah, I was close. game, it's 93 degrees. Whew. So, Coffee, have you ever played the game where there's more than one day a month?
I have.
So how, like, what is the pros and cons of that? Like, why would you choose to do it that way?
Let's say you wanted to play it with a in-game speed of like 5, and you still don't want everything to be moving too quickly. Like, if you play at an in-game speed of 5, but you still want to accomplish everything in the growing season that you want to do, and have a sense of time passing, like the days, then you could add multiple days to the month, if that makes sense.
Just, it gives you more time for planting and harvesting.
Yeah, like, let's say you were trying to do something across the entire map, then that would definitely help you to do that, because the planting schedule per month still goes the same, and it just makes everything progress a little bit slower. One of the things that can be useful for is your animal husbandries. You know how sometimes they seem to go through their entire stock of food in just one night, because really it's one whole month?
Right.
It takes the speed at which they consume as well as produce products and divides it by however many days are in the month. And I do believe it does the exact same thing for your production lines as well. So everything gets divided by that. I've never played more than like 2 days, maybe 3 days per month at the most, because it really drags on.
Yeah, I prefer, like, right now we're playing at 1. We were at 0.5, but it reset me when I rebooted or restarted the game. But we were at 0.5 for, well, right up until you left. So that's weird, but yeah, we were at 0.5. So I much prefer playing at like 0.5.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I try and get it to sync up to real time, and then just play it like that. But yeah, I've really only ever done multiple days per month for maps that I've spent a lot of time in, and there's a lot going on, and it's not easy to do all in one day.
Yeah.
But if you own every field on the map, you may not have the time.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And then also I've done it for like the forestry maps or something when I wanted to have something to keep me busy while also doing farming.
Yep.
Ninja, welcome. Thanks for the sub. Relax and chill farm. Yeah. Jump screen.
There is 900 liters left in the grain cart.
Oh man. That's funny. That grain cart we actually own.
So it'll keep it.
So yeah, that we own. The tractor that's pulling it is leased, but the grain cart is the most expensive thing we own on this game so far, is that grain cart.
Nice. There is another option that isn't as expensive as the Colossus. It's the Lizard TARDIS mod.
Yeah,
It has a slightly older harvester.
I'm aware of the TARDIS. I didn't want so many. I didn't want to get gluttonous with the mods.
Oh, absolutely. Like my mod folder is.
35 we can hand in, I think.
Yes, 35 can be. That's a pretty penny.
That's a decent payday for that. That was a big field though, so that was a big field. Holy Moses, there's a bunch more. There's so
Yeah, as the day progresses, it does that. And so there you can see the benefit of having more than one day in a month if you're doing that, because all these contracts end at midnight, and they don't come back usually because the harvesting season is over.
Yeah, the midnight is when the game actually goes through all the fields and just updates. It updates everything.
Yeah. I don't think I've played with more than one day on 25 yet. It's something I did in older versions.
We could technically get another one, but I don't know. I mean, I definitely. Because I think we can, if we if we don't hand that contract in, does the equipment stay borrowed, or is as soon as that contract is done, the equipment disappears?
I believe the equipment will stay. It'll just say contract failed, and you will pay a penalty.
What?
Maybe.
If you finish the contract, you lose the leased equipment.
Well, no, I mean, when you go and dump the grain, right?
Mm-hmm.
The contract is gonna finish.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you have to actually go in and complete
And then
the
hand
contract.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That's the question. It was like, at what point does the equipment disappear? I mean, I think it.
Yeah, at that point. I just don't know if you will still get all the profit from the contract if you hand it in after time. Is what I was getting at.
What do you mean after time?
So, like, the contract expires at midnight still, even if you finish it. I just don't know if there's some sort of penalty for handing it in after it's expired.
I don't, no idea. I've never seen.
Yeah.
Well,
I've never done
my
it.
pondering was, if we, you know, 'cause there's a few more hours of daylight left. We could technically do another field next stream, right? So my pondering was, could we take on another field and do that, or, you know, finish this off now and maybe try to find our own little field to start carving out our living. Like, we could do field 93,
72 is 56 grand.
Ideally, what would be perfect is finding a field with a crop that's ready to harvest, where we have already the borrowed equipment, so we could harvest the field, sell it, and literally like pay for the field, pay for the purchase of the field with the crop that's already on it. But yeah, with my rebalanced crop prices, that would be hard because we're not going to get a lot.
Yeah, about the only thing that'll actually be able to pay for itself, given enough time, would be a grass field.
That would be even harder to make money on.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
grass, hay, and silage are near worthless.
Nothing. Yeah. I have 34,000 liters of oat left. Ironically, the best sell point is the one that I'm currently at 154.
That's fine.
Okay.
Because I don't want to sleep like multiple months to try to skip time if we have a bunch of leases.
Yeah, definitely not with the leases.
So I want to try to utilize what we have as much as possible. But like,
yeah, the time I found it the worst having multiple days per month was in the wintertime when there was nothing to do.
yeah,
I found myself skipping a lot of time. But once upon a time, Farming Simulator did not have the sleep function, and you just had to go up to 120 times speed and pass the time that way.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Hmm. 2017 for sure, 2019 maybe as well, where you had to speed up. Anyway, it's getting late here.
Yeah, that's why I'm pondering just to end it here and just hold off because 77 is ready to harvest. Although that is a really fucking expensive. Why is it highlighting? There we go. 77. Ooh.
72. 56,000.
72 is 1.3 million. That's a little outside of our price range.
Oh, I was just thinking about harvesting it for the contract.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of contracts out there. It's just, I don't think we have enough time today. We definitely have enough time today. Because I didn't want to hand this in if we already have the equipment, but that's a tough call. Because we're definitely not going to have enough to buy a piece of equipment, but
there are some options. There is a financing mod where you can straight up finance your
we've already got a $500,000 loan.
Well, not so much loan, but also loan. It's a loan, and you have to pay it back monthly over a period of like 6, 12, or 48 months.
Yeah. But the way that I set up the game, we started with a $500,000 loan.
Oh, I see.
So we started with $100,000, but we started with a $500,000 loan. So we're $400,000 in the hole. So getting another loan to then like buy some equipment would be very, very cost prohibitive on our monthly fees.
And then there is another mod that allows you to have what's the word for it? it actually treats loans like a bank with a percentage rate, and you can take out only a maximum in comparison to how much you have to put up as collateral.
Yeah, I'm not really looking to solve the problem with yet another mod. I'm just looking to, with what we have available, what we can do next stream. Do we want to look at more contracts? Because I can slow down time. I can go back to 0.5, and we can do a bunch and try to eke out a little bit more for this first day, or first month, I should say. Because the next month, I'm sure there's going to be maybe a couple more fields to harvest. There's probably going to be, but what I want to really do is build up enough income or enough money to like buy our first tractor outright. Because then we don't have to worry about like borrowing so much going forward. We can start to build up. So it's like, do we want to look at mowing contracts? Because then, then we can buy maybe some mowing stuff, and then we don't have to worry about that too much. But again, I don't know. So
yeah, I mean, especially with the mowing, you can start pretty small and cheaply.
Yeah, but I hesitate on that because it seems like every other person, they just mow and mow and mow. I mean, there was one guy who was literally his entire first series in FS25 was all mowing. That's all he did for like 80 episodes was mow and bale and stuff. And it was just like, I want a little variety, which is why I like this contract stuff, because you have to do a bunch of stuff. You're just bouncing around, but it's nice to have your own equipment when you do it. So
yeah, it is.
But we have this KHIH, this case thing. It'd be nice to do a couple more harvests with it, just to, allow it to pay for itself a little bit.
Yeah. In 2 more months, we'll get into soybean harvesting, and soybeans are worth a decent amount in comparison to some of the stuff we've been doing. Of course, their price will go down more too. So,
soybeans are, yeah. I mean, they're decent, but they're not as phenomenal as they are in the base game.
Yeah. The big thing, maybe what we could do that could be useful, is buying a small plot of land and then putting a silo on it, so we could start saving some of this grain to sell at the higher price months, and while still doing contracts.
Yeah, that's certainly an option. Start our own little factory. Yeah, I'm kind of liking, because then, if we could put the fermenting silo on there, and we could grab the bales and start, like, we can do baling contracts and actually grab and use the bales and turn it into silage and start selling that, and we get into the production side. I like that idea. I think that's what we should do next time, is buy a small field.
The cheapest open lot that I'm seeing here, and it's not even a field, it's just a open space, is 147 on the bottom left-hand corner of the map.
Yeah,
it's 127,000.
I would do like 91. That's 89,000.
Buying the actual field. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a great little field.
Especially if you can time it, because that's right in the heart. That's right in that farm area, right? So 132 is the farm.
Yeah.
You buy 132, you own that whole farm. And that's, we can't afford that, but 91, we could get that and use a little corner of it for some production and try to grow a little bit of wealth that way. I wouldn't want 147 because it's just too far out of the way, and just commuting to that would be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I think that's why that one's so cheap.
Yeah, it's so far out of the way.
92 is also a good option. 62,000. Oh, 80.
90,
And at least it's a good paved road that allows you to get towards the center.
92, 94, 91. I'm seeing. Oh, there it is. Way over there.
Farmland,
Oh, yeah.
140 is 43, and it is just a small little field. It's on the top left corner of the map.
Again, same problem. Like,
Yeah.
need something a little bit,
More.
more centrally located, as close as you can get. That way, that's why 91 is okay, because it's right next to two different highways, and it's still a jaunt. 43 might be working, but that's out of our price range. 44 would be semi-affordable. But 91 is actually ready to harvest.
Excuse me.
What
Yes,
is
it
on
is.
91? Let me go up.
Alfalfa.
This is a mow.
Sorry, that
Clover.
was clover, not alfalfa.
Yeah, this is a grass. This is a mow and silage if we want it.
Mm-hmm.
So this would regrow and allow us to do like mowing and baling, and we could put a little bit of a fermenting silo. The Big Sky Acres, I mean, there's a fermenting silo that comes with this farm. I don't know where is it. I don't remember where it was. Maybe it was down the road a little bit.
It was down the road at the other plot of land, 133. The big blue one. In between fields 94 and 95 by the cow barn.
Yeah. This is one of the things I edited. I had to edit this one. It was all discombobulated. It wasn't very good. So I did all the things to that. It would be nice to own that. How much is 133? Ooh.
Yeah, it's a larger one. Although it's cheaper than 132 is.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Although 132 also has all the beehives.
I think that a good plan is to get 91. Put a little thingy on there. We'll get it and then mow it. So we'll have to get a mowing contract.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is going to do it, I think, for today. I thank you all for coming by today. And please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. And subscribe if you're new to the channel. Consider being a patron or channel member. Getting access to all of the customized mods and maps that I make. Including the one we're on right now. And customize this. DJ Modding did 99.9%. And I just bug fixed some stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Those are available to download for all members and patrons. And hope everybody has a great rest of the weekend. And see everybody back here on Wednesday where we stream again. So, have a good evening, everybody.